platform of gold. As you can see, I know too. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a blessing. Give me a round of applause for Chief referee on your flag. Here comes Celeste. Come on, Celeste, this is yours.
That was good, bro. Just make sure that all right, I got Terry again. Gonna be about 35 kilos. About 77 pounds. USAPL. Meter tip on and never comes. Terry and Celeste Folsom were representing senior grant. Very nice. And it was a good lift. Right next to the can't go for no long. 67 and a half. So again, you realize straight technique, and maybe you're going to be qualified for national competitions today. Many state American records that was in baseball. Yes, you can. And then fly, and see or capitalize. And then see. And pretty good depth there. Nice and smooth. We'll see what the result is. That's 33 wide, so good lift. Gabriella, makes it out. So the next one, we got Devin Mounset. 7 kilos. Just 4 pounds. We defend. The goal was to get pretty much but all you need is 2 lines to that degree. Then you move to 2 reds more. It's not good. Right, Robin gave us 80 kilos here. It's about 117 pounds. It's like your lift. What? It's gonna be 198 pounds. Man. Take a deep breath. That's a good lift. Nice. For a layup. For a squat. Wins a lot. Didn't seem like 90 kilos for 198 pounds. A lot of these lifters are lifting training for the past few weeks and months in preparation for things. Be a good lift for your lines. So all the books, any other federation numbers they use in their records are going to be feeding graphs. SI unit. Going through a few technical finalizing with the meeting. So appreciate your patience. Yes.
Each lifter has their own process, their own way that they set up. Here she goes, getting under that bar. She's got the weight up, stepping back, waiting the judge's call. Seems to achieve very good depth. We'll wait the judge's call here. Looks like it's a good lift. 3 white lights for Jenny. All right, coming up next, folks, we got Vanessa Lee. 105 kilograms or 231 pounds here. Right here she is under the weight. Got it squarely on her shoulders, waiting the ref's call. Here comes. Seems to be a good lift from all accounts. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah, it's a good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Jasmine Cabarrios. It's going to be 110 kilos or 242 pounds. Again, we are here at Ultimate Fitness, Uriah Faber's gym here in Sacramento, for the USAPL California State Championships. Jasmine coming up next. She's getting herself set. And she's awaiting the call. Jasmine has a characteristically close stance with her feet closer together. All right, looks like it was a good lift. Great job, Jasmine. Coming up next, we got Emily Obedoza. And Emily's going to be attempting 112 kilos, 112 and a half kilos, excuse me. And that's going to be 248 pounds. A lot of these first attempts are starting to get up there quite a bit. Good. And she's set, got the bar on her shoulders, awaiting the call from the head judge. Here it comes. All right, that was a good lift. Congratulations, Emily. Next up, we have Elvira Malkova coming up next. Same weight. So it's going to be 112 and a half kilos. Gino cracking a joke about how it's Elvira, the mistress of the powerlifting bar. Getting set. You can see the veins popping out in her neck. She is ready. Takes a deep breath. Goes real deep. Gonna rack the weight and we'll see what happens. That's gonna be 2 white lights, so 2 out of 3 is still a good lift. Great job, Elvira. Coming up next, we got Sarah Yoa, attempting 127 and a half kilos. That's going to be 281 pounds. So the lifters are not permitted to enter the platform until they are given the signal from the head judge, and the announcer gives them the bar is loaded cue. Sarah getting set. Lifts the weight, awaiting the call from the judge. As all the way down. Right. And the lift was good. Congratulations, Sarah. Coming up next, the last lifter to round up Flight A is going to be Taylor Beebe. Taylor's going to be attempting 150 kilos. That's going to be 330 pounds. We've got a mostly full house here at Urijah Faber's Ultimate Fitness. Spectators here supporting their family, their friends that are lifting today. All right, Taylor's ready to go. Awaiting the call. Here comes. All right, we'll see the call from the judges. Yeah, that's a good lift. Congratulations, Taylor. Looks like we'll be going back to the top of the order. Now, even though we followed a certain order based on the first attempts, we may see some changes, but generally they'll follow in the same order, depending on the weights that they put on there for their second attempt. Each attempt successfully getting a little bit more as the lifters choose their next applause, because she's going to be 80 years old next year, and she's out here competing in powerlifting, y'all. There are no age limits. There are minimum age limits for powerlifting in the youth division. I believe it's 8 years old, but there's no upper limit to the age. All right, Gabriela Navarro up next, 72 and a half kilos. Let's see how many pounds that is. I'm actually furiously typing on my calculator on my phone here. 159 pounds for Gabriella on her second attempt. A little difficulty getting it off the rack, but she's doing okay. She gets set. Yeah, that's a good lift as far as I can tell. Yep, we're good. Great job, Gabriella. Same weight, or excuse me, 5 kilos heavier. Sorry. Debbie Noxon coming up next. Going to be attempting 170 pounds or 77.5 kilos. So the second attempts, y'all, are going to be a little heavier than the first. And that's the idea, is to progressively ramp up until your third attempt, which is going to be your heaviest lift of the day. All right, 3 whites for Debbie. Coming up next, we're going Robin Kim. All right, 204 pounds coming in for Robin. Lifts the weight up. Gets set, waits for the call. Pretty smooth on the descent and coming up. Let's see what happens. All right, there's going to be 2 out of 3 whites for her, so that's a good lift. 2 whites. Coming up next, we got Jenny Tran, 97.5 kilos for Jenny. Going for 214 pounds here for Jenny.
Jenny, focus.
Let's go. Take your time. Come on, Jenny. Let's go.
Oh, just narrowly missed it. She got stuck right in the middle and almost grinded it out, but ended up going down. We'll see if she ends up choosing the same weight for her third attempt. So no good lift on that one for Jenny. But great effort anyways. And hips, whether they go below the knees on the bottom of the lift. Coming up next, we have Krisha and Punzalan for a second attempt. Same weight here, 100 kilos, 220 pounds. There's the squat call from the judge. Heads down, pops up pretty easily. And that's 3 whites for Krisha. Good lift. All right, Vanessa Lee coming up next. 112.5 kilos coming up next. It's going to be 248 pounds. Vanessa all set. Lifts the bar on her shoulders. Relatively little struggle. Makes it look easy out there. Waiting on the lights here. From what I could tell, it was a good lift. 3 whites lights for Vanessa. All right, coming up next, we got Jasmine Cabarrios. Nods her head. Knowing that she got it. Let's see what it was. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. Jasmine. Coming up next, we got Emily Oblidoza. Going for 120 kilos. So yeah, it was earlier on. We had a bunch of Limp Bizkit and Linkin Park playing in the background. Kind of a fun atmosphere. Now we got more of a classic rock flavor. Look at the determination on Emily's face. Getting set to go. Quick descent. Slight struggle in the middle, but seemed to pop up pretty good. And that's a 3 wide lights for Emily. Great job out there, Emily. Coming up next, Elvira's back. Going to be lifting the same weight, 120 kilos, 264 pounds. So you'll notice that each lifter has their own process and their own kind of idiosyncrasies when coming to get on the bar and get set. In a lot of the ways, it comes down to their individual preferences and kind of the patterns that they've kind of developed for themselves, and whatever helps them get in the right mindset helps them get going. All right, she's got the bar in her back, waiting the call. There's the call. Let's see what happens. The neck veins popping out of her neck. Relatively little struggle there. 3 white lights for Elvira. Jumping up and down might have been a personal best for her based on her reaction. Coming up next, we got Sarah Yoa. Right, Sarah's going to go after 135 kilos here. It's going to be 297 pounds, getting close to the 300 mark. Her. Here we go. She's going to lock in right here. All right, a brief stick in the middle, but seems to power through it pretty well. Let's see what happened. 3 whites for Sarah. That's a good lift. And we've got the Texas Strength Systems crew with us today, providing lightning fast changes of the weights in between lifters. All right, the last lifter for second attempts on flight A is going to be Taylor B. Taylor's going after 152.5 kilos. It's going to be 336 pounds. All right, she's waiting the call from the judge. Here comes. Oh, gets stuck on the. Let's see what happened. There may have been a little. Well, I'll wait for the judges to call it. It's going to be not good. It's only 1 white, 2 reds. Kind of struggled at the bottom. Got stuck a little bit, but eventually got the weight up on her own power. Right back to the top of the order. We got Celeste Birches, 32.5 kilos coming up first. We got to appreciate the presence of Gino here, one of the famed and fabled powerlifting announcers or MCs, dressed up like a golden pirate today. He's bedazzled and bejeweled from his shoes all the way up to his jacket. And some gold shades. All right. Celeste coming up next. 71 pounds here. Goes all the way down. Brink comes up relatively easily. Let's see what happens. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. 2 whites. All right. So this is the 3rd attempt on squats for flight A. So this will be the heaviest lift of the day for these flight A lifters on squats. So a lot of times these are going to be personal bests. Maybe not every time, but some of them will be personal records. There may even be some that may be a state or an American record, which will try to clue you in as to which ones will be that. All right, Terry going for 40 kilos. It's going to be 88 pounds. For a 79-year-old, she moves pretty fast out there. And that's a 3 whites for Terry. Great job out there, Terry. Showing us young ones how to do it. All right, coming up next, y'all, we got Gabriela Navarro. Going to be going after 75 kilos, 165 pounds. Right, here comes Gabriela. So there are 2 commands on squats, folks, for the judges. Most federations, USAPL included, it's really just the squat command, which they can start 5 pounds and see what happens. That's a 3 whites for Gabriela, doing a great performance on squats today, nailing all of her squats. So back to my point about on the rack call. So the lifters don't want to jump either of those calls, the squat command or the rack command. Otherwise, they might get disqualified on that lift. So part of the sport is being able to lock in and listen to the judges and follow those commands. All right, Debbie Knoxon attempting 82.5 kilos. Goes down way deep and struggles a little bit in the middle, but seems to get it up just fine. 3 whites for Debbie, 82.5 kilos, which was 181 pounds. All right, coming up next, we got Robin Kim, going to be attempting 95 kilos, 209 pounds. All right. Let's see how it went. 3 white lights for Robin, nailing all of her attempts today. All right, Jenny Tran coming back to get that 97.5 kilos that evaded her last round on the second attempts. So you'll notice, folks, that most of the lifters have a lifting belt. It's not a requirement, but most elect to have a belt with them to help them support their core and to be able to push their abdominals out and to really create a solid foundation to be able to complete these lifts. All right, Jenny, 97.5 kilos here.
Stand tall, let's go!
Nearly gets it, but ultimately the weight goes down. It's all right. Missing that third lift. Coming up next, we got Elena Gutierrez. Elena going to be attempting 107.5 kilos today for her third attempt. Right, 237 pounds here for Elena. Elena wastes no time and immediately gets under that bar. Let's see what happened. 2 out of 3 is a good lift for Elena. Congratulations, Elena. She actually skipped trying to match the weight she went for on squat number 2 and went straight to 107.5 kilos and got it. All right, Krisha Ann Punzalan up next, attempting 112.5 kilos. Gonna be 248 pounds here. All right, cautiously steps out with the weight on her back, awaiting the call from the judge. There goes. All right. Relatively little struggle. Able to get it up pretty smoothly. 2 out of 3 is a good lift for Krisha. Congratulations, nailing all 3 of her lifts today. All right, Vanessa Lee coming up next, attempting 120 kilos. Going to be attempting 264 pounds. All right, bars on her back, getting her feet in place and settled. Laser focused right in front of her. A slight sticking point, but seems to power through just fine. 3 whites for Vanessa. Great job, Vanessa. All 3 of her lifts on squats today. All right, Jasmine Cabarios. What, 270 pounds for Jasmine. Jasmine taking a few deep breaths, assessing the bar, looking at the weights. It's stuck a little bit in the middle, but makes it through. Oh, just narrowly misses it. Only gets 1 white light. May have been a depth issue. Coming up next, we got Emily. Emily's going to be going after 125 kilos. 275 pounds. So by this point, a lot of the lifters are going to be lifting around twice their weight or more when you start getting into the second and third attempts on squats. Here comes. Seems to achieve good depth. Slow and smooth on the way up. Let's see what happened. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. Congratulations, Emily, nailing all 3 of her lifts today. Elvira Malcova coming back, the mistress of the barbell. Going for 125 kilos. Same weight here, actually. So 275 pounds. So even though the weight may be the same, sometimes the rack height might be different. So you'll see the Texas Strength Systems crew make some adjustments on the rack in between lifts. Elvira's really getting her grip in there. A lot of the lifters put chalk on their hands and have wrist wraps on to be able to support the weight on their shoulders. All right, looks like she's set, waiting the command from the judge. She's going. On the power of her neck vein alone, she was able to get the lift up. 3 white lights for Elvira, nailing all 3 of her squats today. Great performance out there, Elvira. Sarah Yoa coming up next. 137.5 kilos coming up for Sarah. It's going to be 303 pounds, breaking into 300-pound territory for Sarah. Oh, almost immediately shakes her head, knowing that it's not going to go up. Great lift either way. A lot of these lifters, have been training for months and they're training hard and they have their trainers with them that may be taking videos or yelling out and encouraging them. And we appreciate their presence being there with their lifters today. Taylor Beebe coming up next. All right, y'all. We got our first record attempt. It's going to be an American record attempt for Taylor in her division. All right, Taylor, here we go. All right. The Knights for Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, securing the American record. Second attempt, you recall she missed the 152.5 kilos and came back and got the 153. And something extra amazing about Taylor is that she's not even wearing a lifting belt, or she's not wearing knee sleeves either. So that's quite an impressive feat for her. All right, folks, we're on to flight B round. Maricela Casares coming up next, 112.5 kilos. 248 pounds on the bar. Maricela focused, stepping out cautiously, getting set. Goes way down, achieves depth pretty well. Let's see what the judges say. Lift was a good lift. Great job, Maricela. Allie Couch coming up next. 115 kilos coming up for Allie. 253 pounds. You hear her family cheering in the crowd. She's got the white Inzer sleeves on. And it was a good lift for Allie. Great job, Allie. Same weight coming up next for Huyan Dang. Coming up next. Now, usually the lifters have about 1 minute from the time the head judge says bar is loaded, and there usually will be a countdown timer. So it is, for most lifters, plenty of time. But sometimes you want to make sure you get out there pretty quick and make sure you don't miss it. All right, Huyan coming up next. All set, getting your feet set in place. There's the command. Seems to hit it pretty well. 3 whites for Huyan. Congratulations, Huyan. Alexis coming up next. Attempting 100. And Destiny rams herself into the bar. Again, each lifter having their own process and way that they get set up. Here she goes. Deep breath. Nice and easy. 3 whites for Destiny, getting a good lift. As one, her stance is pretty close, feet right next to each other. Again, just shows to the differences between lifters. All right, Layla Gonzalez coming up next, attempting 135 pounds. £297 here. We're approaching 300-pound territory. Lights for Layla, securing her first lift. Coming up next, we got Marissa. All right, we've broken into 300-pound territory already on a lot of these first attempts here toward the end of Flight B. She's locked in. Slow descent. Achieves depth pretty well from my vantage point. We'll see what the judges say. Relatively little struggle there. Good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we got Lena Hardy. Now, Lena is one of the local lifters here in Sacramento, lifting at one of her training gyms, Nightmare Muscle, one of the gyms that I attend as well. Great to see her out here on the platform representing 145 kilos, 319 pounds on the bar for Lena. All right, gets the bar on her shoulders, gets set. Here's the descent, nice and slow. Gets it pretty easily. Let's see what the judges say this time. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. All right, congrats. Huyen Dang coming up next. It's going to be 259 pounds on the bar. Huyen. She's got the weight on her shoulders, set in place. Here goes the command. Heads down. A little slower in the middle, but seems to get it up okay. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Huyen. Congratulations. All right, coming up next, we got Maricela Casares attempting 120 kilos, 264 pounds. All right, here goes Maricela. Right, cautiously stepping out there. And that's 3 whites for Maricela, nailing her second lift. Coming up next, we got Ali Couch, 125 kilos on the bar for her. 275 pounds on the bar. And you wonder if there are ever nerves during these lifts. And telling you that having competed a few times myself, absolutely there are some nerves going through. But this is what they've been training for, and this is what they're going for. So they're locked in, they're ready to go. Nice and cautious descent. Achieves plenty of depth. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Allie. All right. Coming up next, we got Alexis Griffith. Going to be attempting 135 kilos. So as we're going, folks, I kind of just type into my calculator by the multiplier for kilos to pounds, which is about 2.205, or technically I think it's like 2045 or something like that. At that point, it's starting to get, you're splitting hairs. I mean, 297 pounds here for Alexis. Oh, narrowly misses it. Two reds. Okay, we'll see if she elects to go after the same weight in her third attempt. All right, Destiny Higashi coming up next, attempting 140 pounds, or excuse me, kilos. It's going to be 308 pounds. Now, if you watch her set up into the bar, she smashes into the bar, making sure she gets that bar in place. Big deep breath. Nice and close stance. Makes for a pretty easy lift. Let's see what happened. 3 whites for Destiny. All right, coming up next, we got Layla Gonzalez coming up next. 142 and a half kilos. That's going to be 314 pounds. Look at the determination on her face as she walks out. Some lifters have the more hype and intense aura. Some are more calm and collected. But either way, whatever gets them to lift that lift, that's what matters. Going way down, pushing through the middle. All right, let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Layla. An impressive lift. All right, Marissa Shmatovich coming up next. 150 kilos. £330 on the bar. Now, I've seen Marissa lift at one of the local meets here earlier on, and she's a great lifter. She's got the sparkly black belt and purple cheetah print on her singlet. All right, let's see the judges call. 3 whites for Marissa. All right, we're back to the top of, or excuse me, the end of the order for Lena Hardy coming up for 155 kilos, 341 pounds. Last lift of second attempts. In place, waiting for the call. With relative ease, she comes up with the weight. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Lena. All right, nails her second attempt. All right, y'all, we're back to the top of the order for Flight B. Third attempts now. So the heaviest weights that they will lift will be today on right now on squats. Third attempts. All right, Abigail Carbone going for 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Nice. All right. Oh, narrowly misses it. 2 reds. It's all right. She nailed that second attempt. Coming up next, we got Hulian Dang. This Texas strength system spotter and loader crew is lightning fast, man. I barely have any time to typing those numbers, but they're doing great, and we appreciate them being here and spotting these lifters. £264 here. Let's see what happens. Slight sticking point in the middle, but seems to break through it pretty well. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Maricela. All right. Excuse me, that was Huyen. Apologies. 3 whites for Huyen. All right, coming up next, we got Maricela Casares, 122 and a half kilos, 270 pounds. Spotted a loader crew making a quick adjustment on the rack. They literally have a drill out here screwing things into the platform. Awesome. Right, bar is loaded. Here comes Maricela. Again, this is 270 pounds. Seems to come up with it pretty well. 3 whites for Maricela, nailing all of her lifts today on squats. Great job, Maricela. Coming up next, we got Allie Couch, 132.5 kilos. It's going to be 292 pounds here. Gino hyping up the crowd. Going all the way down. Stuck a little bit in the middle, but seems to power through. Let's see what happened. 3 whites. All right, gets a PR on that one, folks. Congratulations, Allie, 132 and a half kilos, 292 pounds. Coming up next, we got Alexis Griffith. She had missed 135 narrowly in the second attempts, but is breaking past it, going for 140 kilos here. It's going to be 308 pounds. She comes down with it. It's all right. Hey, well, Alexis putting her out, giving it her all out there. Only securing her first squat today. Destiny Higashi coming up next. The bar better watch out because she's going to smash into it right here. Attempting 319 pounds. Comes out with intensity. Let's see how it goes for Destiny. She's locked in. Oh, narrowly misses it. It's quite all right. She's put on a great show so far today. Bringing a lot of intensity. Getting her first 2 lifts. Coming up next, we got Layla Gonzalez. On her third attempt, 147.5 kilos. 325 pounds on the bar. Decked out in all burgundy today, including in her hair. Goes way down, sticking with it, going up. Lets out a cry of joy. Let's see what the judges say. 3 wide lights for Layla. Nailing all 3 of her lifts today. All right, coming up next, we got Marissa Shmatovich. Going to be going after 155 kilos.
It's on the US. It's on it's a
341 pounds here for Marissa. Slow and steady on the way down. Gets caught in the middle and isn't able to get it up. That's quite all right. Did a great performance so far, nailing her first 2 lifts. Last lift of Flight B here is going to be Lena Hardy attempting 160 kilos. 352 pounds. Right, bar is loaded. Last lift of the day for Flight B on squats. Lena taking a big breath, hoisting that weight onto her shoulders, getting set in place, awaiting the call from the judge. Here goes.
Got it. Stand up.
Narrowly misses it there. All right, nails her first 2 attempts, though. Impressive lifts for all the lifters today, Flight B. We are on to Flight C.
What a pleasure it is to be here with Jeff Hughes. Every time I see him, I think the barbarians are at the gate, but it's really cool to be here with you, sir. And then for you folks out there, I don't call him Jeff Hughes. I call him Jeff Huge. Love working with you,
I
pal.
appreciate you, Gino. Thank you so much, man. It's a pleasure to have you here, man. What an honor to be called Jeff Huge by the famed Gino. All right, first lifter, we got Elliot Sternkeep. And that's 2 out of 3. That's a good lift for Elliot. All right, next, our second lifter for Flight C. First attempt is going to be Alvin Lee. Or is it Lee? All right, 242 pounds on the bar. All right, gets set into place. Comes up as fast as he went down. And that was a good lift as far as I could tell. Let's see the signal from the judges coming through. I believe they have their devices and they plug it in there. Didn't show up that time, but I believe it was a good lift. All right. Wei Hing Morgan Jiang is lifting next. He's going to be attempting 130 kilos. And it was a good lift for Alvin. He did a great job. 110 pounds, 100 kilos, excuse me. All right. All right, that was 286 pounds. That's a good lift for Wei Heng, Morgan's Yang. Coming up next, we got Enzo Vicroy. Enzo's going to be lifting 140 kilos, 308 pounds.
Look at something. Time. Don't rush anything. Let's go.
All right, Enzo, one of our teenage lifters today. Enzo nails it. He got 3 white lights. All right, coming up next, we got Noah Lima. Going to be attempting 155 kilos. Noah, he's in the back there getting his wrist wraps on. Again, they do have 1 minute to head out to the platform and complete the lift or start the lift. Scoping out the bar, making sure everything's set. One of our taller lifts today, Noah, who's got a long descent down. Seems to make easy work of it. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Noah. Coming up next, we got Adam Greer, 385 kilos on the bar. Yeah, go do your lift. Your next attempt. So what will happen, folks, is after they're done with the lifters usually head over to the scores table where they will input their next attempt that they want to go after the next round. All right, we got Adam Greer here, 185 kilos, 407 pounds here. We've reached the 400-pound territory, y'all. He's really digging himself into the bar. Another closed stance lift here for Adam. Goes down and up with relative ease. Let's see. That's got 3 white lights for Adam. All right, coming up, Noe Jimenez. Same weight here, 407 pounds, 185 kilos. All right, let's see. Oh, it's 2 reds, only 1 white light. Doesn't count it as a good lift, but maybe he'll come back and get the next round. All right, coming up next, we got Jacob Song going after 192 and a half kilos. 425 pounds. All right, Song picks it up, steps back, gets into place, takes a deep breath. Got his eyes locked onto the ground as he does it. 3 whites for Jacob. All right, same weight coming up for the next lifter, Wyatt Stone. 192 and a half kilos, 424 pounds. Wyatt surveying the situation, looking at the bar. Getting himself locked in. All right, he's set, waiting for the call from the judge. Quick descent. Comes up with it fast, too. 3 white lights for Wyatt. All right, up next, we got Anthony Nichols. Anthony's going to be going after 202.5 kilos. It's going to be 446 pounds. Starting to get into the mid 400 territory. Coming out with some positive energy. Getting some knuckles from each of the spotter and lifter group. He's got the black Chuck Taylors, the classics on. All right, here goes. He's all set. All right, achieves good depth. Goes up relatively easy. Let's see what it was. 3 white lights for Anthony. I say it was relatively easy, but I'm sure it doesn't feel that easy. But he made it look so. So great job, Anthony. Coming up next, we got Eduardo Guardado going after 215 kilos, which is going to be 474 pounds. We're inching toward the 500-pound territory, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Eduardo's coming up, getting his belt latched on. He gets under the bar. Well, sometimes, folks, lifters will have more of a low bar position on their shoulders where it's more toward their delts. Some will have more of a high bar type of a position where it's more on their traps. Eduardo seeming to have a low bar position, goes down with it, comes up nicely. Let's see what the judge is saying. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Eduardo. All right, Aaron Chen coming up next. We're almost at the 500-pound territory, folks. We got 496 pounds here. Right, Aaron approaching the bar, taking a few deep breaths as he gets set. He's got 4 of the red plates on there. Each of those are 25 kilos each, or about 55 pounds. All right, he's got the bar on his shoulders, stepping back. And he bounces up like he's on a trampoline with the weight. 3 whites for Aaron. All right, the last lift for Flight C on their first attempt is going to be Alexander Gallegos. All right, Alexander going after 240 kilos here. Let's see what we got here. 529 pounds here, ladies and gentlemen, on his back. Look at determination on his face. The neck vein popping out. Takes a deep breath. Pretty smooth. Let's see. 3 whites for Alexander. All right, that's going to do it for our first attempts, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the top of the order for squat number 2 for each of the lifters. Back to Elliot Sternke, going to be going after 85 kilos. 187 pounds. All right, bar is loaded. Elliott making his way out to the platform. All right, he's set. Let's see what happens. Squats down, comes up with it. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Alvin Lay coming up next. 120 kilos here. Right. 3 whites for Alvin. Great job, sir. Coming up next, we got Wei Hang Morgan Zhang. I think 137 and a half kilos. I just noticed they have the 3 whites right there. I can just look at it.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I flash up like this.
Yeah, right. All right. Wei Hang is going for 303 pounds here. Oh, he misses it. Gets 3 reds on that one. Don't know exactly what was going on. Might have been a depth issue or maybe a jump of the command. Coming up next, we got Enzo Vicroy, 147 and a half kilos.
Oh, come
325 pounds on the bar for Enzo.
Right, take control. That's more. What?
Get it up, get it up.
I've seen him all over social media, different meets, national meets around the country. All right, Noah getting locked in, getting under that bar. Noah lifts the weight, one of our taller lifters today. Takes a deep breath, goes down with it, and pops up pretty easily. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Noah. Great job, Noah. Noe Jimenez coming up next. 185 kilos on the bar for him. 407 pounds. I'm hanging out with Ben here on the live stream. Appreciate him setting up the live feed for us. All right. Noe approaching the bar, getting set. Slow and controlled on the way up. Does it nice and good. Oh, narrowly misses that one. Gets 1 white light only. Maybe he'll come back and get it on the next one. That was also the same weight he had missed in the first one. Coming up next, we got Adam Greer. £435 on the bar for Adam. Another relatively close stance for lifter, Adam. has to be reminded to go see the scores table for his next attempt. But that is a good lift for Adam. Coming up next, we got Jacob Song. 441 pounds on the bar for Jacob. Gritting his teeth on the way back up there. And it's a free wider, y'all. 3 white lights. Right, bar is loaded. 210 kilos on the bar. Anthony calling for some hype up in the crowd. Feeding off the energy of the people that are here. He's got a cool sparkly necklace adorned on him. Nodding to the crowd with approval at their screams. Let's see what we got. 3 whites for Anthony. He's got his singlet covered, probably due to the brand or the sponsoring. I believe, according to the USAPL rules, to represent any particular brands. Or let me check on that. I'll come back. All right. Eduardo Guardado coming up next. We got 225 kilos. The live stream again? Right? They go to where can they find the live stream? Send my wife, dude. Thank brother. Eduardo not able to come up with the lift, knowing immediately that we wouldn't be able to get it. All right, coming up next, we got Aaron Chen going after 240 kilos. Right, 529 pounds here for Aaron. Right, that's 3 whites for Aaron. Coming up next, we got Alexander Gallegos to round out second attempts for flight B. And he comes up with it pretty easily. Alexander being dubbed Alexander the Great by Gino, the announcer. Yep, 3 whites for, again, some of the technical issues that happen with the technology and the phones and sometimes can be a little off, but most of the time it's working, so it's just fine. All right, y'all, we're back to the top of order for third attempts now. He up first, attempting 90 kilos, 198 pounds. I venture to say he's one of our up, or they'll hold up one of their white papers that will signify that's a good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Wee Hang Morgan Jiang attempting 137.5 kilos. And that it's going to be 303 pounds on his back. Takes a deep breath. Squats down, comes back up with it. Let's see what the judges say. Oh, only one light. He narrowly misses that one. Gino recognizing the work, the great work that the spotters and loader crews are putting in today. Again, coming from Texas Strength Systems, they've been hired and they're doing a great job today. The fastest crew in the West. Coming up with it, coming up, goes through. And let's see what happened. 3 whites for Adam, ladies and gentlemen. Getting all 3 of his lifts today on squats. Coming up next, we got Wyatt Stone. Going after 215 kilos. It's going to be 474 pounds on the bar. That bar is loaded. Wyatt coming out. He's got his gold chain around his neck. Focusing in, getting his hands on the bar. Goes down, but is unable to come back up with it. Gonna miss that one, but he gets his first 2. All right, coming up next, we got Anthony Nichols attempting the same weight, 215 kilos, 474 pounds. Anthony's locked in. Right, he's set to go. Here goes. Goes down nice and slow. And Anthony getting hyped up, getting that lift. All right. Anthony nailing all 3 of his lifts today. Coming up next, we got Eduardo Guardado going after the same weight he went for last in his second attempt, which he missed. It's going to be 225 kilos, 496 pounds here. Goes, he's set. Takes a breath. Oh, he narrowly missed it. Almost had it. That's okay. He nailed his 215 kilos earlier. Coming up next, we got Aaron Chen going after 252.5 kilos. Aaron coming out calm and collected. Got extra spotters and loaders out there to help them out, to spot them. All right, achieves great depth, comes back up with it. Let's see what the judges say. 3 wide lines, and getting all 3 of his squats today. All right, the last lift of Flight C is going to be Alexander Gallegos attempting 260 kilos, 573 pounds. Comes up with it. Let's see what the judges say. That's 2 out of 3, so it counts as a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Alexander and all the lifters from flights A, B, and C today. Alexander getting his hand raised. Alexander the Great. The bench now. So give us a moment while the spotters and loaders go ahead and get the platform set up. And we'll be with you in just a couple moments. Go ahead, that's all you. That's all you, man. Anything you need, you got it. A through C. We're at flight A right now. Celeste Birches up first, going to be benching 25 kilos. £55. Comes down with it. Comes up with it. And racks it. Let's see what happens. That's 3 whites for Celeste. All right, Terry Gianni coming in next, going for 27.5 kilos. It's going to be 60 pounds. Now, Terry, for one of our Masters divisions, is going to be 80 next year. So it's really impressive that she's here today competing with all the young guns, showing them how it's done. Now, bench is one of the more technical or complex lifts in terms of all the setup and the number of commands they have to follow. More on that in just a moment. All right, has it in place, waits for the command. All right, comes up pretty smoothly. Let's see what happened. 3 whites for Terry. All right, coming up next, we've got Jenny Tran. Going to be going after 37.5 kilos. So, with the commands on bench, usually the head judge, they don't have to follow any commands to lift the weight off the bar. But once they're set and they have the weight extended in their arms up in the air, they wait for the start command, which they can lower the bar to their chest. Once the bar is still on their chest and motionless, the head judge will give the signal to press. At that point, they can lift the weight, and they do also have to wait for a rack command for them to put the bar back on the rack. Any one of those ones that they jump or go a little too fast or don't listen to the command, they might get disqualified. All right, Jenny waits for the command, lifts it up with relative ease. Let's see what happened. 3 whites for Jenny on her first attempt on bench. All right, coming up, Debbie Noxon, 40 kilos. So once again, a little more technical, a few more commands on bench. So it's really just the start, the press, and then the rack command that they have to follow. Right, 88 pounds coming up for Debbie. Really appreciative of Tish. And that's a good lift for Debbie. Coming up next, Gabriela Navarro at 45 kilos. Coming up next. Yeah, I just was mentioning really grateful for the meet directors, Tish Horn and Deborah Council, providing all sorts of good snacks and food for the staff here. Eating one of their pumpkin spice crumble cookies from Costco, or muffins, sorry. They just had to bring it today, man. I'm trying to watch my weight, y'all. Nah, super appreciative of what they're doing for us. Right. Gabriella has got the weight in her arms. There's the start command. Press. Rack. 3 whites. That's a good lift for Gabriella. Coming up next, we got Robin Kim. Going to be going after 47.5 kilos. So on bench, a lot of the times it's about the leverages and about, getting the minimal distance between your bar and the chest to trying to put yourself at an advantage to be able to lift it up pretty easily. Some lifters will try to exploit the advantage as much as possible within the rules by bringing their index finger all the way out to the rings on the bar to decrease the amount of distance they have to go in front of the chest. And it's 2 out of 3 whites for Robin. That's a good lift. Coming up next, we got Krisha and Punzalan at 50 kilos. So if they do choose to have that wider grip and lower that amount of distance they have to go down, that's an advantage you can do. Some prefer to have their grip a little closer. Maybe it's just personal preference, what it comes down to. All right. Christian's got the weight in her arms, bringing it down, presses it up. And that's 3 white lights for Krisha. Good first lift. Jasmine Camario is coming up next. 57.5 kilos. Got the offspring playing in the background. Come out and play. And some of the lifters can elect to have one of the crew members, one of the spotters and loaders, give them a lift off. With the bench, you're allowed to have someone give you a handoff of the weight to assist you getting it in place. All right, Jasmine's ready. Gets the lift off. Right, 3 whites for Jasmine. That's a good lift on her first attempt. Same weight coming up for Elvira, the mistress of the barbell, coming up. 126 pounds here. And once again, each lifter has their own process and way that they set up for each lift. The bench, they're thinking about a lot of things. They're thinking about where their shoulders are going to be. They're thinking about how much they're going to arch their back. Elvira seems to be digging herself really into the bench there. And it's about adding that tension to your body. And it's really a lift that requires a lot of things to come together. Legs are set on the ground now. All right, we're signal that it's a good lift for Elvira. Coming up next, we got Vanessa Lee going after 70 kilos, which is going to be 154 pounds. So yeah, as they get set up and get their legs in place, they're creating that tension in their bodies to be able to help lift that weight. So I can tell it looked like a good lift, and it is. 3 white lines for Vanessa. Coming up next, we got Elena Gutierrez, 72.5 kilos here, which is going to be 159 pounds. Now, the side judges, what they're usually looking for on bench is to make sure that their glutes don't come off of the bench. If it does, then they could potentially be disqualified on that from that side or vantage point of that judge and get a red light. Three white lights for Elena. Great job there. Securing her first lift. Coming up next, we got Sarah Yoa. 75 kilos coming for her. It's going to be 165 pounds. The spotting crew being signaled for something. We'll see what they're coming up with. They're going back to check for. Okay. So in between lifters, as the chalk accumulates on the bar, once in a while they're going to kind of clean it off. So we're looking for one of their little tools to help clean the bar off. All right. Sarah is set. Brings the weight down. Let's see what happened. May have jumped the command on that one, resulting in 3 reds. So it doesn't count it. Officially, according to USAPL rules, you can't jump the command. So it counts as no good. All right, coming up next, Emily Obadoza. So up to this point, in the last week or two, the lifters have been practicing listening to commands and having their fellow lifters and people they train with give them commands to get used to the having a judge call out the commands for you. Look pretty smooth. 3 white lines for Emily, everybody. Look at your next weight. Oh, your coach there. Gotcha. Yeah, some lifters have their coaches go to the scores table and give their next lift, so they can just go off and keep prepping. All right, next one, Taylor Beebe, everybody. 198 pounds, 90 kilos on the bar. All right, 3 white lights for Taylor, everybody. 198 pounds there. All right, that rounds out our first attempts for Flight A on bench. Coming up next, we're back to the top of the order. Terry Gianni coming up next, 30 kilos here. And it sounds like a pit crew is here at the Indy 500. And really, they're just securing the platform in place with their drill and screwing directly into the platform. Make sure it stays in place. All right, this is going to be 66 pounds for Terry. Oh, okay. So this shows that like sometimes it might not be in the same order the next round through, depending on what weight you submitted. The order of the flights usually goes from the smallest weight up to the biggest. So there might be slight variance or changes between attempts. So first attempts that we had a certain order, and based on what they submitted, the next set of attempts for second attempts might be a little different. Generally, it follows a similar order, but right now we have Terry. Okay. Terry comes up with it. Let's see what the judges say. That bar is loaded. Celeste coming up next. Same weight, 30 kilos, 66 pounds. Right. She got the bar. Brings it down. Comes up with it with relative ease, y'all. I'm guessing we're going to have 3 whites, and we do. 3 whites for Celeste. All right, coming up next, we got Jenny Trucker, 40 kilos. Nice and slow and smooth. No difficulties. Nice and slow and smooth. No difficulties there. 3 white lines for Jenny. It's a good lift on her second attempt. Coming up next, we've got Debbie Noxon on her second attempt. Coming up next, we've got Debbie Noxon. It's going to be 42.5 kilos or 94 pounds coming up. All right, here comes Debbie. Got the bar in her hands, brings it down to her chest. Brings it up. And that's a good lift. 3 white lines for Debbie. All right, coming up next, we got Gabriela Navarro going after 47.5. Broken into 100-pound territory for the early Flight A lifters. So Gabriella, one of the example of the lifters creating a nice big arch in her back, hopefully to reduce the distance going down to her chest. She gets set, she's ready to go. She gets set, she's ready to go. Brings it down. Presses it up. And easy peasy, y'all. 3 whites for Gabriella. All right, coming up next, we got Robin Kim. Robin's going to be going after 52.5 kilos. 115 pounds on the bar. A slight struggle coming on up. We'll see what happens with the judge's call. 3 whites for Robin. Shaking her head just a little, maybe a little disappointed with how that lift felt or went, but got it up nevertheless, and it's a good lift. Krisha and Punzalan up nevertheless, and it's a good lift. Krisha and Punzalan coming up next. 55 pounds, or excuse me, kilos. Gonna be 121 pounds. She gets set. She's got the bar in the air. Lowers it down. That's pretty good. 3 whites for Krisha. All right, coming up next, we got Jasmine Cabarrios. Going to be lifting kilos here. 132 pounds. Jasmine staying loose. All right. Didn't seem to have trouble with that one. Gets 3 white lights. All right, it's a good lift for Jasmine. Moving on to Elvira, the mistress of the barbell, as she's been aptly nicknamed by Gino. Kilos on the bar for Elvira. £137. Now, she's got a unique setup that she's kind of really digging her traps into the seat. Excuse me, the bench. Yeah, gets her feet on the bench as well to create as much tension as possible. Create a nice big arch, and finally gets her feet planted on the ground. Here goes. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Elvira grabbing the 62.5 kilos. All right, coming up next, we got Vanessa Lee going after 75 kilos. 165 pounds. They're breaking out the red Rogue plates. Vanessa signaling that she needs a lift off from one of the spotters. All right, getting set into place. All right, 3 whites for Vanessa. All right, coming up next, we got Elena Gutierrez. Going to be going after 77.5 kilos. 170 pounds.
Go! Come on, be confident. Let's go!
Or touches her chest. Presses up. Maybe a slight sticking point in the middle, but we'll see what they call. Looked good to me. 3 whites for Elena. It's a good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Emily Obedoza. 80 kilos here. 176 pounds. You'll notice that some of the lifters really cover themselves in chalk, their upper back and their trap area, because that's the area that is on the bench there, and they don't want it to be moving and slipping and sliding around on the bench. So the chalk helps reduce the friction, or excuse me, increase the friction so they stay in place. All right, Emily set, lowers it down, raises it up, nice and easy. 3 whites for Emily. Good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Sarah Yoa. Sarah's going to be going after 82.5 kilos. It's going to be 181 pounds. Sarah narrowly misses it. Okay, she missed her first 2 lifts. We'll see where she comes back for round 3, which weight she comes up with. Coming up next, we got Taylor Beebe, 92.5 kilos. All right, it's going to be just about 204 pounds here. 203.9 to be technical. Let's see what happened. 3 whites for Taylor. No problems there. All right, we're back to the top of the order, folks. Third attempts coming up for bench, flight A. And we're going to be starting out with Terry Gianni, going after 32.5 kilos. Last round, there's a little bit of confusion as to which one is going to go first, Terry or Celeste. This time they have Terry going first. It's going to be 71 pounds. Terry narrowly misses it. Unable to bring it up. But she's put on a great performance so far. She's gotten 5 out of 6 lifts today so far. Coming up next, Celeste Burgess. Same weight, 32.5 kilos. Celeste brings it down, brings it back up. 3 whites for Celeste, nailing all 3 of her benches, as well as her squats. She's 6 for 6 so far today. Coming up next, we got Jenny Tran, going to be going after 42.5 kilos. All right, going to be 93 pounds on the bar. We got one of the spotters and loaders crew putting on the Phantom mask. Andre locks it out on her right side. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Jenny secures her 3rd bench attempt of the day. Great job, Jenny. Coming up next, we got Debbie Noxon going after 45 kilos. You're being a good sport out there. One of the spotter that put the mask on. Having some fun. All right. Debbie going after 99 pounds here. Getting her lift off. Lifting it up slowly but surely. Three white lights for Debbie. All right, coming up next, we got Gabriela Navarro going after 50 kilos. 110 pounds coming up. All right, 3rd attempt here. Now you'll notice that some of the lifters on bench will elect to have wrist straps on just for extra support on their wrist joints, holding that weight in their hands. Some may also elect to wear, I might need to check on it, but to wear a lifting belt while they bench. Seems to have no problems with it. Let's see what happened. 3 white lights for Gabriella, ladies and gentlemen. All right, coming up next, we got Robin. Robin Kim going to be going after 55 kilos. 121 pounds. Sticking with it, sticking with it. Let's see if she eventually. Oh, it eventually falters on the right side, but put in a nice effort. Going to result in a no lift on that one, but has gone 5 for 6 so far on all of her lifts. So it's having a relatively great performance today. Krisha Ann Punzalan coming up next. They're be going after 60 kilos, 132 pounds. All right. Krisha getting set. All right, 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Krisha going 6 for 6 so far today. Jasmine Cabarrios coming up next, 65 kilos, which is going to be 143 pounds. So we got the System of a Down playlist playing right now. All right, she's set to go. Holding the weight, brings it down to her chest. Raises it up like a forklift. Man, that's a good lift. Gino providing some fun and some personality today, bringing some fun antics for us. All right, coming up next, we got Elvira Malkova. Same weight here, 143 pounds, 65 kilos. Elvira's got the unique setup where she really pushes herself into the bench using her arms, and then also getting her feet up on the bench to really get into position and create that arch. All right, here she goes. We'll see what the judges call. Oh, it's a 3 reds. I think her glutes may have come up off the bench on that one. But despite that, is having a great performance so far today. 5 of 6 today on all of her lifts. All right, coming up next, we got Vanessa Lee. Going after 170 pounds, 77.5 kilos. Slowly but surely raises it up. And that's a 3 whites for Vanessa. All right, coming up next, Elena Gutierrez going out for 80 kilos. 176 pounds for Elena. All right, Elena getting set, getting into position. She's got a spotter lifting her off here. That's quite all right. All right, it'll be on to deadlifts for her next. Coming up next, we got Sarah Yoa. 82.5 kilos here. 181 pounds. Technically, probably closer to 182. 181.9 pounds. All right. Sarah coming out in her A7 purple singlet. You know if they weighed in today or yesterday? You know, all the lifters were here yesterday. Today? It was like early in the morning. Got it. Oh yeah, because that's here like 5:45. Huh?
Yeah, during the check-in.
Got it.
All the flights got it.
Wow. All right, getting set up. Let's see what the judges call. 3 whites for Sarah. Nailing that lift. All right, she had missed the 82.5 in round one, or excuse me, her second attempt, and had missed 75 kilos in her first attempt. Comes back and get it strong on this third attempt, so a little bit of redemption for Sarah. All right, next one coming up, Emily Obedoza. Same weight here, 182 pounds, 82.5 kilos.
Sure.
All right, Emily getting set. Has a nice wide stance on her legs. Brings it down. And lifts it up with relatively little problems. 3 whites for Emily. Going 6 for 6 so far today. All right, coming up next, we got Taylor Beebe. It's going to round out flight A for bench. Taylor's going after 95 kilos here. 209 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Taylor. So far has gone 5 for 6 and has done a great performance today. All right, we are going on to flight B now. First lifts, we're going to start out with Huyen Dang, 45 kilos on the bar. It's going to be 99 pounds. Well, let's see what happens for Huyen. 3 white lines for Huyen. Starting it off nice for bench. Coming up next, we got Abigail Carbone going after 47.5 kilos. It'll be 104 pounds here. All right, gets her spot, gets her lift off. All right, brings it up. Few troubles there. 3 whites for Abigail on her first attempt. Lena Hardy coming up next, 55 kilos. Lena getting set. You notice on Lena, longer arms, not as much of an arch, so she has quite a bit of ways to go down there, but does a great job lifting the weight. 3 whites for Lena. Same weight here for Maricela. Coming her next, y'all, we got Layla Gonzalez, 62.5 kilos coming up for her. Let's see how many pounds that is. 137 pounds. So once again, if you're just joining us today, folks, we are at Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness in Sacramento, California. It's about 11 a.m. here, just after 11 a.m. And we've got currently Layla Gonzalez lifting. Brings it up nice and good. 3 white lines for Layla. Again, bench press, one of the more technical of the lifts. 3 commands that they have to follow. They have the start command, the press command once they have it on their chest still, and then the rack command. And they can't jump any of the commands or else they'll get disqualified on that lift. All right, Alexis Griffith coming up next, 65 kilos here. Few problems there. 3 whites for Alexis on her first attempt. All right, coming up next, we got Allie Couch, 70 kilos on the bar. That's going to be 154 pounds. Giving some instructions for her spotter is going to lift her off. She's in position. Brings it down. That's a good lift for Allie. All right, coming up next, we got Destiny Higashi. Going to be going out 72.5 kilos. Could be 159 pounds, maybe closer to 160. Yeah, brings it up pretty easily. 3 white lights for Destiny. Coming up next, we got Marissa Schmatovich going after 77.5 kilos. It's going to be 170 pounds. Struggles just a little bit on her lift. First attempt there. We'll come back and get it the next round. All right, we're going to go back to the top of the order, folks. We're at second attempts for Flight B. Huyen Dang coming up next, 47.5 kilos. Going to be 104 pounds. That's a good lift, y'all. Getting her second attempt. Coming up next, we got Abigail Carbone. 50 kilos coming up next. Oh, just narrowly misses it there. 2 reds, 1 white only. All right, we'll see what she chooses to do in her third attempt for next round. Lena Hardy coming up next, 57.5 kilos. £126 on the bar. All right, Lena into position. Brings it down, touches the chest. Brings it up, no problems there at all. 3 whites for Lena. Right. Same weight here, coming up, Maricela Casares. 126 pounds. Sella brings it down, presses it up, no problems there at all. Good lift for Maricela, 3 white lights. Leila Gonzalez coming up next. We're going to jump up in kilos to 67.5. All right, Leila. Leila decked out in her burgundy singlet. Hoists it off the bar or the rack, brings it down. All right, that's 3 whites for Leila. Coming up next, we got Alexis Griffin. 70 kilos coming up next. 154 pounds. She gets set. Oh, starts coming down with it. It's all right. 3 reds there. Maybe we'll come back and get it in the next round for Alexis. Coming up next, we got Allie Couch. 75 kilos coming up next. 165 pounds. Allie brings it up easily. 3 white lines for Allie. All right, coming up next, we got Destiny Higashi. 77.5 kilos for her. 170 pounds. That's 3 white lines for Destiny. Coming up next, we got Marissa, the last lifter of Flight B on second attempts. Then we'll be back to first attempts at the top of the order. Same weight here, 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds. Marissa came back and locked it in. It gets 3 whites. Secure that 77.5 kilos. All right, we are back to the top of the order now. Abigail Carbone coming up next. So Abigail had missed 50 kilos in her second attempt. We're going to come back and try it now. 110 pounds here. All right. No problems there. 3 white lights, y'all, for Abigail. All right. Coming up next, we've got Huyen Dang. Same weight here, 110 pounds, 50 kilos. After a slight struggle on the left side, bringing it up, Huyen comes back and gets it for a good lift. 3 white lights for Huyen. All right, 6 for 6 on her lifts today. Coming up next, we got Lena Hardy. 60 kilos coming up now. 132 pounds. Lena gets it easy. Let's check the judge's ruling. 3 white lights for Lena. All right, coming up next, we got Maricela Casares coming up next. Same weight here, 60 kilos, 132 pounds. Three white lights for Maricela, going 6 for 6 so far on all of our lifts today. Having a great performance. Coming up next, we got Layla Gonzalez. 70 kilos coming up. 154 pounds. Layla's locked in. Lifts the bar. Oh, and the weight gets stalled in the middle. That's quite all right. She's doing great so far. 5 out of 6 lifts today. All right, coming up next, Alexis Griffith. Same weight here, 154 pounds, 70 kilos. Now, this weight eluded Alexis' last attempt. So she's come back to get it right now. Getting set up, creating that arch. I guess the signal.
Yeah.
Alexis comes back and nails the 70 kilos that evaded her last round. All right. Coming up next, we've got Allie. Allie's going to be going after 77.5 kilos. It's going to be 170 pounds. All right. With little struggle, is able to lift it up. Coming up next, we got Destiny Higashi. You're going to be lifting 80 kilos here. Destiny's sticking with it, sticking with it. Eventually, the weight falters. Man, it's a lot of weight out there, y'all. Going 4 for 6 so far, having a good performance. Coming up next, we've got Marissa Schmatovich. Marissa getting set. Lifts the weight. All right, gets the command. Brings the downward chest. And the weight barely goes off her chest. Unable to get the lift. Quite all right. All right, we're going to be on to flight C now, y'all. 62.5 kilos is going to be starting off with Elliot Sternke. £137 for Elliot coming up. One of our junior lifters today. Struggles with the lift there. We'll come back and get in the second round for Elliot. 3 reds. Coming to our next, same weight here, 62.5 kilos for Alvin Lee. Three whites for Alvin. Right. We're going to do a significant jump now up to Wee Hang Morgan Zhang to 92.5 kilos here. It's going to be 203.9 pounds. Really, 204 pounds. May have jumped the commands. It's going to result in a no lift. So again, just a reminder for For those who are joining us, the bench press has 3 commands they have to follow: the start command, the press command, and then the rack command. And if they jump any of them, they get disqualified on the lift. So up to this point, the lifters probably have trained with some of their lifting partners or trainers, coaches, to hopefully circumvent getting called on any of those lifts and practice and getting used to having those commands called. All right, coming up next, we got Noe Jimenez at 97.5 kilos. That's 215 pounds there for Noe. 3 whites for Noe. Good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Enzo Vicroy. 220 pounds here for Enzo. And so each person has their own, preferences as to the way that they like being handed off the weight by the spotter. So they'll kind of give them some instructions on how they individually prefer it. Enzo brings it down, brings it up. And that's 3 whites for Enzo. That's a good lift. Coming up next, we got Wyatt Stone, 115 kilos coming up next for him. Easy for Wyatt Stone on his first attempt at 115 kilos. Secures his first lift. Same weight here for Anthony Nichols, 253 pounds. Anthony getting set up. Also electing to have a spotter. I'm wondering what he's covering on his singlet with that piece of tape or paper bag, whatever it is. All right. Few problems there. 3 whites for Anthony. Coming up next, we got Noah Lima, 117.5 kilos here. 259 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Noah, ladies and gentlemen. Good lift. Coming up next, we got Adam Greer. Same weight here, 259 pounds. Nice and smooth there. 3 white lights for Adam. Coming up next, we got Eduardo Guardado. Going to be going after 127.5 kilos. It's going to be 281 pounds. So here we are, after the first, second, and third attempts. We'll be switching over to deadlifts in just a little while. All right. It's going to be 3 whites for Eduardo, securing his first lift. Coming up next, we got Aaron Chen. And then how far they want it lifted up. But it makes sense because they've been training a certain way for a long time, and they need a certain way that they get it lifted off to help them feel most comfortable. All right, no problems there for Aaron. 3 whites for Aaron. Coming up next, same weight for Alexander Gallegos, 297 pounds. Nice and quick for Alexander. 3 white lights for him. All right, we are at the last lift for round 1, or first attempts for Flight C. Jacob Song coming up next, going after 137.5 kilos. It's going to be 303 pounds. First time breaking into 300-pound territory on bench so far today. And this Texas Strength Systems crew, spotters and loaders, it's as if they're at the Daytona 500 for Jeff Gordon with how fast they change these weights up, man. It's like they're changing tires on a stock car. All right, we're back to the top of the order. 137 pounds, 62.5 kilos for Elliot Sternke. This is the weight he missed the first attempt, and we'll see if he comes back and gets it down. No issue on that one. Although he does get called on a couple of things, so not a good lift there either. Despite being able to lift it up high and put it back. Coming up next, we got Alvin Lee, 67.5 kilos. Coming up next. 148.8 pounds. That's a good lift for Alvin. All right, coming up next, we got Wei Hang Morgan Zhang, 97.5 kilos here. It's going to be 214.98 pounds. Really, it's 215 pounds practically. Right. Oh, it's 3 reds on that one. It's quite all right. Come back into the next round. All right, we got Enzo Vicroy coming up next. 102.5 kilos for him. 225 pounds here. And he's set, gets the lift off. Brings it down. Tries to stick with it, but unfortunately goes down. That's all right. Maybe we'll come back and get it the next round. All right, coming up next, we got Noe Jimenez going after 105 kilos, which is going to be 231 pounds. I just pulled up the conversion charts. I don't have to keep doing the calculator. Should have done that from the beginning. Right. All right, gets 2 whites on that one. That's a good lift for Noe. Coming up next, we got Anthony Nichols. Going to go after 120 kilos, 264 pounds. We've kind of had some overcast conditions here in Sacramento today. We got 11:36 a.m. Last night we had a storm come through. It was pouring here. I was actually announcing my high school football game. I teach at a high school and came down pouring, man. They still played though. It's fun. All right, Anthony coming up next. All right, he's getting set, getting his shoulders planted on the bench. Here's the liftoff. Gets the start command. And presses it up. Looks like he's going to get 3 whites. Let's see. 3 white lights for Anthony. Nails his second attempt. All right, coming up next, we got Noah Lima, 122.5 kilos or 270 pounds here. And the weight ends up going down. Going to result in a no lift. And maybe he'll come back and get it on his 3rd attempt. Coming up next, same weight, y'all, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds for Adam Greer. And Adam presses it up. 3 white lights for Adam. It's a good lift. Coming up next, we got Wyatt Stone. The same weight here again, 270 pounds. Wyatt gets set, creating a nice arch. Gets his feet on the ground. Gets his lift off. Smooth as butter, ladies and gentlemen. 3 whites for Wyatt. Coming up next, we got Eduardo Guardado. Going to be lifting 132.5 kilos. It's going to be 292 pounds. Right. Press it up. Nice and slow, but eventually gets it up. 3 white lights for Eduardo. All right, coming up, Aaron Chen. Going to be going after 142.5 kilos, 314 pounds. Aaron brings it up, a slight sticking point in the middle, but pushes through, gets 3 white lights. All right, 143.5 pounds for Jacob Song. Excuse me, 143.5 kilos. All right, y'all. According to Gino, we got an American record attempt coming up next for Jacob Song. Trying to hype him up, help him get this record. Gets it up. Oh, and he narrowly misses it. Perhaps he'll come back the next round. So, as you heard it turned by Gino there, if their butt comes off the bench, they get called on the lift or disqualified on that particular lift. Alexander Gallegos coming up next, 147.5 kilos. It's going to be 325 pounds here. Good, man. You make the banner?
Yeah, I like it. Man,
I've seen that, man. Oh, my God, man. The what?
the flags.
Oh, the flag. Oh, no, it's awesome. I love like the gold mining. Things like California. That was great. The theme, I mean.
This is not my favorite one. This is not my favorite one.
Yeah, man. It is what it
Appreciate it.
is. Yeah, man. Dude, Gino got the theme, man. He's got like the gold on it. Pretty cool. What?
The shoes are crazy.
Yeah, do you see that, man? Like bejeweled. All right, y'all. We got Elliot Sternke coming up next, 62.5 kilos. Gonna be 137 pounds. And we got Alvin coming up next for 70 kilos, 154 pounds. Whites for Alvin. Next up, we got Wei Hang Morgan Jiang, 97.5 kilos. It's going to be 214.75 pounds. Enzo with 102.5 kilos. Oh, excuse me, we're on Morgan. Oh, unable to get it up on that one. All right, coming up next, we got Enzo Vicroy. Going for 102.5 kilos. 225 pounds. And we're double checking some of the technical aspects of the meet today. Some of the technology. Again, we appreciate you joining us here on the live feed, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
We're gonna be moving on to Noe Jimenez. Going after 242 pounds here, 110 kilos. Yeah, Gino commenting on the soundtrack. We got some Rage Against the Machine playing. Misses the lift there. No good on 110 kilos. Be honored deadlifts for Noe. Noah Lima up next, 122 and a half kilos, 270 pounds. Well, that brings it down to his chest. Noah pushing as hard as he can, but ends up going down. Quite all right. We going on to deadlifts next. Coming up next, we got Adam Greer going up after 125 kilos, 275 pounds. And that's a good lift for Adam, or a not good lift. Excuse me. Prematurely announced that. It ends up being no good. Only one white light there. Same weight here for Anthony Nichols, 275 pounds, 125 kilos. All right, Anthony bringing his characteristic energy to the platform. Right, let's see what the judges say. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Anthony. Coming next, we got Wyatt Stone, 130 kilos coming up next. That's going to be 286 pounds. And he sticks with it for a while, but ends up going down. No worries. He's 4 for 6 out of his lifts today, having a good performance. Eduardo Guardado coming up next, 137.5 kilos for him. That's going to be 303 pounds. All right, Eduardo's in position. He gets his lift off. A little bit of a struggle on his right side. And I'm not able to get the lift on that one. All right, coming up next, we got Jacob Song, 143.5 kilos. His last attempt, he missed it, but he's going to come back and try to get it now. 100, going for an American record. Let's see what the judges say. And that's 3 white lights for Jacob. He comes and gets the American record, raising his hand high. It's a pleasure to witness some of these records being set here. After each record attempt that's successful, they do have to get checked by the judges just to make sure everything was kosher with their equipment and their singlet and everything. Coming up next, we got Aaron Chen going after 145 kilos or 319 pounds. All right, he's set. He gets his lift off. All right, brings it down, presses it up. Little struggle there. 3 white lights for Aaron. Having a great performance today so far. 6 for 6 on all of his lifts. All right, coming up next, we got Alexander Gallegos. Right, 336 pounds on the bar for Alexander. Third attempt here. This is going to be the last bench attempt and bench of the day before we move on to deadlifts for session 1. He's just trying to stick with it and sticking with it. Oh, he's going to run out of steam a little bit, and he ends up having a no good. The lift is not good. Despite that, he's having a great day so far. 5 for 6 lifts so far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for bench for session 1, flights A through C. We're going to have a 10-minute break, and we'll be back for deadlifts.
Oh my God. Hurts so bad. Hurts so bad. I was like, I just my mom. Where my mother is, like,
And we are here in Sacramento, California at Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness for the 2024 California State Championships sanctioned by the USAPL. So far, we've had 3 flights for session 1. They've done their squats, they've done their bench, and we are on to deadlifts now. We're getting the crews back in place, including the judges, and then also the spotters and loaders. And of course, we have Gino announcing for us today. It's been amazing, doing an amazing job. And we got Ben here running the live feed for us. Appreciate you, Ben. Thanks for all you do. And I'm Jeff Nelson on Instagram. My name is Redbeard Strength if you want to check me out. And we are having some fun today. Appreciate Tish being the meet director today. We're here having a great time. All right, first up. There we go. We've got Celeste Birches.
She's a teenage.
All right. It's a good lift. 3 white lights for Celeste. Next up, we got Terry Gianni coming up next, going after 70 kilos. All right, bar is loaded. Terry coming up, ready to make light work of this 70 kilos. She's going to be 154 pounds. You'll notice that she has some chalk on the front of her legs, and that's going to be to hopefully reduce friction of if the bar touches her legs as going up and to protect her legs. All right. And that's 3 whites for Terry. Coming up next, we got Robin Kim. We're going to jump up to 90 kilos on this next lift. That's going to be 198 pounds. So again, on a lot of these deadlift bars, there's some aggressive lifters wear deadlift socks. All right, that's 3 whites for Ramen on her first attempt. Coming up next, we got Gabriela Navarro, 100 kilos on the bar, 220 pounds. Right. Gabriella, her stance that she's using is one of the sumo style stances where the legs are going to be very far apart, out toward the weights on either side of the bar. As opposed to, say, a conventional stance when you were standing with legs around shoulder width or closer. All right, next up, we got Jenny Tran. We're rolling that along. Deadlifts, 105 kilos here, 231 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Jenny, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we got Elena Gutierrez going after 107.5 kilos. That's going to be 236 pounds. Now, deadlift is one of the least complicated of the lifts in terms of commands from the judges. Really, there's just only one. We'll let her lift here first. No issues there for Elena. 3 whites for Elena. Good lift. Coming up next, we got Krisha Ann Bunzalan. Same weight here, 107.5 kilos. 236 pounds. So really the only command they have to follow is they can start the lift anytime they want once they enter the platform. Once they lift it, just like Krisha did, they just have to wait for the judge to say down. To verify that they've lifted the weight all the way. Command for deadlifts. A little easier compared to the others. All right, coming up next, we got Debbie Nutt, 242 pounds. Debbie has the more classic or traditional conventional stance with her feet about shoulder width apart. All right, Vanessa Lee going after 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Three white lights for Vanessa. All right, Jasmine Cabarrios, 276 pounds on the bar, 125 kilos. Coming up next. All right, little struggle there. All right, three whites for Jasmine. Coming up next, we got Elvira Malkova. All right, 135 kilos on the bar, 297 pounds. Going with a close stance, conventional leg positioning. Three whites for Elvira. All right, coming up next, we have Emily Obedoza, 145 kilos on the bar, and that's going to be 319 pounds. Elvira, another conventional deadlifter. Oh, excuse me. She brings her feet into sumo stance and her arms on the inward positioning. Getting loose, getting set up. Easy peasy for Emily. Three white lights for her. Successful first attempt. Coming up next, we got Sarah Yoap. It's going to be 152.5 kilos. That's going to be 336 pounds on the bar. Sarah getting into position. No problems at all on that one. Three whites for Sarah. All right, going on next, we got Taylor Beebe. It's going to be the last lift for first attempts. Flight A, going for 175 kilos. It's going to be 385 pounds. All right, three whites for Taylor. Okay, we're back to the top of the order, folks. Celeste Birch is coming up next. 55 kilos for her. That's going to be 121 pounds. All right, good lift for Celeste. Terry Gianni coming up next. 75 kilos on the bar for her. Let's check it out. What we got here? I've got my conversion chart here, y'all. Instead of typing in my calculator every time. 165 pounds here. All right. Let's see what Terry got for us. Terry assuming the conventional stance. Three whites for Terry. All right, Gabriela Navarro coming up next with 105 kilos on the bar. That's going to be 231 pounds. And we got some Pantera playing in the background. Cowboys from Hell. And 2 out of 3 is lift for Robin. Coming up next, we got Jenny, 112 and a half kilos. £248 on the bar. Three whites for Jenny, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we got Elena Gutierrez, 117 and a half kilos, 259 pounds. Just wanted to comment on what Gina was saying with the grips. Most lifters will use the mixed grip where there is one hand overhand and one hand underhand, which helps them support the weight better with the orientation of their hands. There also are where you just go double overhand and just use your forearm strength to hold the weight. And there's also double overhand with what's called a hook grip, where you hook the thumbs under and they support a lot of that weight of the bar. All right. Elena with the mixed grip. And it's a good lift. Three whites for Elena. Fighting them today that has been provided by Texas Strength Systems and this the spotting and loading crew. And I asked them, they actually time themselves sometimes to see how fast they can get on unloading and loading the weights. That's why you see them doing lightning fast movements. And that was a good lift for Debbie, doing a great job out there so far, nailing all of her lifts today so far. All right, Krisha and Punzalan is next. 120 pounds on the bar. 120 kilos and 264 pounds. All right, that's a good lift for Krisha. Vanessa Lee coming up next, 125 kilos. That's going to be 275 pounds. All right, no struggles there. Three whites for Vanessa. Next up, we got Jasmine Cabario. 208 deadlift attempts, so maybe another one coming up next round. All right, Elvira coming up next. How we doing? Everything okay?
Been down.
I know. All right, Elvira going after 145 kilos here. 319 pounds. All right, let's see what the judges say. Three white lights for Elvira, the mistress of the barbell. All right, coming up next, we got Emily Obedoza. 152 and a half kilos on the bar for her. 336 pounds. I'm assuming, was a good lift for Emily, awaiting confirmation, but it looked great so far. Emily having a great performance today so far, nailing all her lifts. Coming up next, we got Sarah Yoa, 160 kilos on the bar, 352 pounds. All right, 3 wide lights for Sarah. Likely a personal best for her so far. And still one more deadlift to go. All right, next one, we got Taylor Beebe coming up next to round out second attempts for deadlifts, flight A. Going after 185 kilos, 407 pounds. Three whites for Taylor. All right, we're on to third attempt, y'all. Flight A. Here, Sacramento, Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness. 62 and a half kilos on the bar for Celeste Berges. It's going to be 137 pounds. So by this point of the day, folks, the lifters have, lifted squats and bench, and they're going to put it all out there because it's really just deadlifts. In fact, on third attempts now, a lot of these people are going to leave it all out there on the platform. So some of them are going to try to go for some ambitious weights, maybe some personal bests on some of them. And that's 3 whites for Celeste. Nailing all of her lifts today, 9 for 9. Just a great performance from Celeste today. All right, coming up next, we got Terry Gianni. 80 kilos on the bar, 176 pounds. Yeah, very impressive for Terry today. She's going to be 80 next year. Mixing it up with the young guns, showing the young lifters how to lift today. For Terry, a big cheer from the audience. Gabriella Navarro coming through, hitting 3 white lights. And then Gabriella, another lifter that's nailed all of her lifts today, going 9 for 9. All right, Robin Kim coming up next, 120 kilos on the bar. And it's going to be 264 pounds for Robin. Oh, just narrowly misses that one. 1 white light, 2 reds. There may have been some hitching going on where the lifters would kind of get mid-lift and kind of hitch them up a little bit using the quads. Very subtle, but perhaps that was what caused that one to go red. All right, same weight here, y'all, for Debbie Noxon. Three white lights for Debbie, going 9 for 9 today. Same weight here again, 120 kilos for Jenny Tran.
Last one, let's go! Come on, Jenny, let's go!
Three whites for Jenny. Jenny having a sizable audience reaction. Got a lot of friends and supporters in the audience for today. Looks like Jenny went 7 for 9. Or excuse me. Yeah, 7 for 9 today. Good performance. Solid out there on the platform. All right, Elena Gutierrez next. 125 kilos on the bar. 275 pounds. Three whites for Elena. Going 7 for 9 today. All right. Krisha and Punzalan coming up next. And she is going for 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. All right. Let's see what she's got. Three whites for Krisha. Going 9 for 9 today on her lifts. All right. Jasmine Cabarrios coming up next. Same weight. 132.5 kilos. All right. Last lift for today for Jasmine. Oh, the weight ends up falling out of her hands. Wasn't able to hold on to it for the grip. All right, but putting a solid performance today, 7 for 9. All right, Vanessa Lee coming up next, 135 kilos, 297 pounds. All right, I'm assuming that was a good lift for Vanessa. It looks like she went 9 for 9 today. Another great performance. Coming up next, we got Elvira Malikova, 152.5 kilos on the bar, 336 pounds. All right, let's see if some of her arm and neck veins pop out to help her get that lift today. The muscles popping. Oh, not quite there today. That's quite all right. Great performance for Elvira. 7 for 9. Solid performance today. All right. Emily Obedoza coming up next. 162.5 kilos. It's going to be 358 pounds here. Some filter playing in the background. All right, Emily getting ready to go. Isn't quite able to hang on to it, but has a great performance today, going 8 for 9. Sarah Yoa coming up next, 167.5 kilos. 369 pounds. Yeah. So Gino's making the comment that this is 3 times Sarah's body weight. She's calling for some hype from the crowd. Let's see what what she's got right here. Now you're a strong lifter if you can hit 2 to 2.5 times your body weight. You're exceptional if you can hit 3 times your own body weight. Locking in right here. All right. And Sarah's able to bring it up. Let's double check 3 white lights for Sarah. Hey, getting the hand raise from Gino, the announcer. Decked out in all purple, including her belt. Right, Taylor Beebe up next. And this is going to be the last deadlift for Flight A before we move on to Flight B. It's going to be 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. All right, here comes Taylor. Holding strong and pulling it up. Waiting confirmation. I'm assuming it's good. 3 whites for Taylor, having a strong performance today. Went 8 for 9 on all of her lifts, and that's what a great time for Flight A. We're on to Flight B, y'all. Deadlifts, first attempts. Abigail Carbone up first. 115 kilos on the bar. 253 pounds. A cute smile forming on her face. She gets the weight up. All right, 3 whites for Abigail. Coming up next, we got Huyen Dang. 117 and a half kilos on the bar. 259 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Huyen on her first attempt. Coming up next, we got Maricela Casares. 122 and a half kilos on the bar. 270 pounds. Right. Three whites for Maricela, securing her first attempt. Destiny Higashi coming up next. 152 kilos on the bar. 336 pounds. All right, we're getting some of the logistics of the lift sorted out. We were wondering if it was going to be an American record or not. I guess we'll. All right, bar is loaded for Destiny. Right, 3 whites for Destiny. All right, coming up next, we got Marissa Smatovich. 160 kilos on the bar for Marissa. 352 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Marissa. Coming up next, we got Alexis Griffith, 162.5 kilos on the bar, and that's going to equate to 358 pounds. All right, locking in. Nice conventional stance. Lifts it up with ease. 3 white lights. All right, coming up next, we got Allie Couch, 175 kilos on the bar. 385 pounds. Three whites for Allie. It's a good lift. All right, coming up next, we're jumping up 5 kilos to 180. It's going to be Layla Gonzalez. All right, 396 pounds on the bar, inching up toward 400. Layla's locked in. Holds it up top there. 3 white lights for Layla. All right, coming up next, we got Alina Hardy. And this is going to be the last deadlift for first attempts for Flight B. Layla's going after 185 kilos. In pounds, that's 407 pounds. All right. 3 whites securing your first attempt. All right. Going on next, we got Abigail Carbone. Second attempt coming up, 122.5 kilos. That's going to be 270 pounds. Abigail locking in. Right. 3, I'm guessing that was 3 whites. Just waiting on the technology to update. Up next, we got Huyen Dang. £286. 3 whites for Maricela. All right, we're going to do a big jump in our kilos up to 165. It's going to be 363 pounds, and this is Destiny Higashi coming up next. Destiny stays with 3 whites for Destiny. All right, Marissa Shmatovich coming up next, 165 kilos, same weight. You wish you had her trapeze. Alexis Griffith coming up next. 172.5 kilos. Allie Here comes. Three whites for Allie. Coming up next, we got Lene. Apologies, I was pronouncing it Lena earlier. Lene going for 195 kilos. And that's going to be 429 pounds. Lene lifting it up easily. Three whites for Lene. All right, we are on to third attempts for Flight B, Session 1. Abigail Carbone back up, 130 kilos on the bar for her. It's going to be 286 pounds. Abigail hyping herself up, man. And lifting and sticking with it, sticking with it. Oh, yeah. Three whites for Abigail. What a great performance on her third lift, nailing all three of her deadlifts today. All right, coming up next, we got Huyen Dang, 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. So these are the third attempts, y'all. This is where what it all comes down to. They're leaving it all out there. Two out of three is good, and it counts. All right. People having some fun out there, man. Maricela Casada is coming up next. She's trying to go 9 for 9 right here. 135 kilos on the bar. 297 pounds. Let's see what happens. No troubles there. Three whites for Maricela, putting on a great performance today, going 9 for 9 on her lifts. All right, Marissa Shmatovich coming up next. 170 kilos on the bar, 374 pounds. Just locking in. Lifting and lifting, sticking with it. Keep it up. Emotion coming out on the platform. Three whites for Marissa. All right, coming up next, we got Destiny Higashi. 177.5 kilos on the bar. That's going to be 391 pounds. All right, we'll see what the judges say. All right. So that's going to be a no lift due to probably some hitching on there. But either way, I mean, she got it up for her own personal peace of mind. All right. Next one coming up next, Alexis Griffith, ladies and gentlemen. 185 kilos on the bar. It's going to be 407 pounds. My goodness. Oh, all right. That's okay. I mean, again, working hard out there. All right, coming up next, we got Layla Gonzalez, 190 kilos, 419 pounds on the bar. See what the refs say. And it's going to be a no lift, but a great effort either way. Congrats, Layla, going 7 for 9 today. A solid performance. All right, Allie Couch coming up next. 195 kilos on this one, folks. It's going to be 429 pounds. All right. It gets it a few inches off the floor before determining, hey, it's a little bit too much for me right now. Great performance going 8 for 9 on her lifts today, Allie. All right, Lene Hardy coming up next. 202.5 kilos. It's going to be the last deadlift for Flight B. 446 pounds. She hit the wink at the camera, bro. 2 out of 3. Putting on a performance. You see that wink, man? That was great. Lene putting on a good show for us. Yup. All right, y'all. We are on to Flight C for deadlifts. First up, we're going to have Alvin Lade, 145 kilos. 319 pounds coming up. Three rights for Alvin, securing his first lift for the day on deadlifts. Noah Lehman coming up next, 147.5 kilos. 325 pounds. Three whites for Noah. Great job. All right, next one. Wei Hang Morgan Jiang, 155 kilos for him. That's going to be 341 pounds. All right, three whites for Wei Hang. All right, next up, we got Enzo Vickroy coming up next. 160 kilos on the bar. It's going to be 352 pounds. All right, three whites for Enzo. Coming up next, we got Anthony Nichols. And it's going to be 187.5 kilos here. 413 pounds. Give him the signature Ron Coleman line. Lightweight, baby. All right. I'm assuming that was 3 whites. Just waiting on the technology to catch up. All right. Next up, we got Jacob Song going after 190 kilos. 418 pounds. And that was a good lift for Enzo. Coming up next, we got Adam Greer going after 200 kilos, 440 pounds. And that was 3 whites for Jacob. That was a good lift for him on his first attempt. All right, Adam coming up next. 440. Nice and easy on his first attempt for Adam. Assuming that was good. And next we're on to Eduardo Guardado. 210 kilos on the bar, 462 pounds. And yes, that was a good lift for Adam. Looks like it was good. Yes, and it was. Good lift. Coming up next, we got Wyatt Stone. 225 kilos on the bar. And that's going to be 496 pounds for his starting weight. All right, 3 whites for Wyatt. Getting his first lift. Coming up next, we got Noe Jimenez. Noe's going after 227 kilos, 227 and a half, 501 pounds. All right, that was a good lift. Coming up next, we got Aaron Chen going after 240 kilos here, 529 pounds. Lifts it up with ease. 3 whites for Aaron. All right, same weight for Alexander Gallegos, 529 pounds. All right, nice and easy for Alexander as well. And we are back to the top of the order, waiting on those light confirmations from the judges on Alexander's. Assuming it was good, though. Yep, 3 white lights. All right, y'all, back to the top. We got Noah Lima coming up next. 160 kilos on the bar. 352 pounds. All right. Noah gets 3 white lights on his second attempt. All right, Wei Hang Morgan Jang. 165 kilos on the bar for him. 363 pounds. Three whites for Wei Hang Morgan Jang. All right, coming up next, we got Alvin Lee. We want some hype from the crowd. Getting into position. All right, 3 whites for Alvin. All right, coming up next, we got Enzo Vicroy.
115, come on.
All right, 2 out of 3 is a good lift for Enzo. 170 kilos on that one. All right, coming up next, we're making a big jump to 200 kilos. Anthony Nichols up next. 440 pounds. All right, Anthony, here we go. He's in those signature Ronnie Coleman lines. There it is. Arm veins bulging out. And that was a good lift for Anthony. All right, coming up next, we got Jacob Song, 207.5 kilos. That's going to be 457 pounds. And locks it in for his second attempt. 3 whites for him. Great job, Jacob. Coming up next, we got Adam Greer going after 220 kilos. It's going to be 485 pounds. All right. Able to lock it in, lift it up. Assuming that's going to be a 3-whiter. And it is 3 white lights for Adam. Coming up next, we got Eduardo Guardado. 220 kilos as well, 440 pounds. He's sticking with it. He's sticking with it. Right. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Eduardo. All right. Noe Jimenez coming up next. Oh, excuse me. Wyatt Stone up next. 235 kilos on the bar for him. 518 pounds coming up next for him. And here goes. Wyatt locking in. All right. 3 whites for Wyatt. Coming up next, we got Noe Jimenez. Noe is going to be going for 242.5 kilos. Let's see where that's at. It's going to equate to 534 pounds. You can see from his first attempt on his leg where he's bandaged up, where likely his nails might have scratched his skin a little bit on the way up. Tough one there, unable to get it off the floor. He'll come back and maybe he'll try it again next round. All right, coming up next, we've got Aaron Chen. $255 kilos on the bar for Aaron. 562 pounds. Makes easy work of the weight. Three whites for Aaron. All right, coming up next, we got Alexander Gallegos. Same weight, 255 kilos. All right, Alexander gets it up. And that's three whites for Alexander. All right, y'all, we are on to third attempts for deadlifts. Flight C for session 1 is going to be the last group of attempts for session 1. Session 2 to come next. All right, we're going back to the top of the order. Noah Lima up first, 165 kilos on the bar, 363 pounds. Quite all right. Great attempt. Went 6 for 9. Had a good performance today on all of his lifts. All right, coming up next, we got Wei Hang Morgan Jiang, 170 kilos. Can be 374 pounds. All right, the lift is good. All right, Enzo Vicroy coming up next, 175 kilos on the bar, 385 pounds.
Let's go.
Check out, make sure he's all right. All right, coming up next, we got Alvin Lay. Alvin's going after the same weight, 175 kilos. And that's 3 whites for Alvin, securing his third. Anthony getting locked in. He's sticking with it. Stuck in the middle, but he's going up. He's picking it up. He locks it out. Let's see what happens. 3 whites for Anthony. The emotion and the energy coming out on the platform, jumping around, having a good time. All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Song, 222 and a half kilos. That's going to be 490 pounds. Right, Jacob's locking in right here. He's lifted. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Jacob going 7 for 9, having a great performance today on his lifts. Eduardo Guardado coming up next. 227 and a half kilos. £501 on the bar. All right, he's asking for the crowd to hype him up, man. Here we go. Here it goes. Oh, okay. By this point of the day, the lifters are spent. They're leaving all their energy out there on the platform. And a lot of times it's just a lot of weight on that bar. Coming up next, we've got Adam Greer. 240 kilos coming up next, 529 pounds.
There you go.
Oh, gets stuck in the middle, drops the weight. Just out of reach, although he had a great performance. 7 for 9 on the day for Adam. Noe Jimenez coming up next. This one was pinned to the ground last round. We'll see if he can get it now for his third attempt. 242 and a half kilos. Come on, same result. That's all right. Appreciate Noe being here and giving it his all. All right, coming up next, we got Wyatt Stone going for 245 kilos, 540 pounds. And he's ready. There it is. All right, Wyatt gets it. 3 white lights for Wyatt. Going for 7 for 9 on the day. Great performance out there. All right, coming up next, we got Alexander Gallegos. Alexander's going to go for 262.5 kilos. 578 pounds. Just out of reach for Alexander. Nonetheless, he has a great performance today, going 7 for 9 on his lifts. Coming up next, we got Aaron Chan. All right, Aaron going for 270 kilos here. Getting the crowd, hyping him up. 595 pounds right here. We got the Metallica mix playing right now. He got it, folks. 3 white lights. Aaron going 9 for 9 on his lifts on the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for session 1 here at Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness. The USA Powerlifting 2024 California Championships going on today. We've seen a lot of great lifting so far, and we've got a whole other session coming up next. A little bit of a break. All right, y'all. Take care, and we will see you back in a little bit. Appreciate your viewership and coming on in and spending the time with us today and supporting your fellow friends and family members that are lifting today. All right, y'all. Jeff Nelson, Redbird Strength, signing off. Good shit. I can just say it too. I mean, you were. Come on. All right, we're one of our masters categories. We had Elvira and Alcoba. Elvira's out getting drug tested. Raw master at 167.5 kilos. First place, Elena Gutierrez. So here we are giving the award for Masters 190 kilos. Debbie Knoxon taking first place in her category. Women's Raw Masters 460 kilos. Terry Gianni, first place. And Terry is our oldest competitor today, 79 years old, almost 80. She's out here running. She's nimble, man. She's running up to the platform to get her medal. Great job today. Need an extra picture with Gino. Women's Raw Masters 4, 75 kilo, first place. Celeste Burgess did a great job today. Yes. So Tish Horn, one of the meet directors who's getting out the awards, has mentioned that a number of these lifters have qualified for Raw Nationals. Just some of the significance of today's meet, where people can qualify for lifting at nationals. Gabriela Navarro taking the first place in Women's Raw Open in the 44 kilo weight. All right, Jenny Tran taking second place in the Women's Raw Open 48 kilo category. Oh, she got all kinds of flowers and everything. Jasmine Cabarro is taking first place in the same category, Women's Raw Open 48 kilo weight class. All right, Vanessa Lee taking off the Women's Raw Open 52 kilo weight class, first place.
Competition in this one. First place.
Abigail Carbone. Where'd her name go here? This is the Women's Raw Open 60 kilo weight class. Second place in the same category, Win Dang. Elvira Malkova taking first place. And she's out being drug tested right now, but
Coaching. All right. Coaching. All right.
Ali coaching,
All right.
taking third place in the 67.5 kilogram category. Marissa Shmatovich taking second place in the same category. And Lena Hardy taking first place in the 67.5 kilo category. Women's Raw Open. Robin Kim taking the 56 kilogram category within the women's Raw Teen 2, 16 and 17-year-old category. Taking first place. All right. Same category in the 90 kilo category is going to be Layla Gonzalez. Ivan Lee taking first place in his category, 56 kilogram men's raw teen category, 16 to 17-year-olds. Some great team lifters today. John Alvin.
Men's Raw Team 2, 60 to 17, 67.5 kilos. First place.
Same division, but in the 67.5 kilo category, Jacob Song takes first place. And some of these lifters getting tested in the drug testing area. Noah Jimenez taking the 82.5 first place in the 82.5 kilo category in the men's raw teen, 16 to 17-year-old.
Team 3, Men's Raw Team 2, 16 to 17, 90 kilos. In second place, Wyatt Stone.
Wyatt Stone taking second place in the men's raw teen, 16 to 17-year-old category in the 90 kilo weight class.
And in first place,
Alexander Gallegos taking first place in the same category division and then the 90 kilogram weight class. All right, Enzo Vicroy taking first place in his men's raw teen 18 to 19-year-old division, 60 kilogram category. A double bicep shot. Anthony Nichols taking second place in his 82 and a half weight class of the men's raw team 3 18 to 19-year-old category. First place, Adam Greer in the same category there.
men's raw team 3, 18 to 19-year-old, the 90 kilo category. First place, Noah Lipa.
Right. Noah Lima in the 18 to 19-year-old category, men's raw teen, 90 kilogram weight class. Took third place. Eduardo Guardado taking second place in the same category, 90 kilogram weight class. And then we got first place going up next. Aaron Chan coming up next. And he took first place in his category. Ira taking home multiple accolades today. First place finishes.
Did I miss anybody?
Yes, that's what.
Okay. What division?
It's 6 raw open
6. Well, there you go.
and 6 of you.
All right, in the women's
All right, Sarah Yoa taking first place in the 56 weight class category of women's raw open. She even has matching purple and white flowers. Raw Junior, 67.5 kilos. Second place, Destiny Higashi.
Good. Fabulous. Thank you all for coming. If you can, make sure you pick up a piece of your trash, put it away, get rid of the. So make sure you keep an eye on the timelines. Next tour, Raw Nationals will be in June. So registration will open up pretty soon. So thank you.
Urijah, we'll be back about 3:30 for session 2. All right, y'all. We're here getting started at Urijah Faber Ultimate Fitness Gym here in Sacramento, California. Gino is giving the introduction today. He's announcing the legendary fabled Gino powerlifting. And his face is kind of cut off on the live feed, but he's basically dressed up as a gold pirate that has a phantom mask on. It's really cool. All right, y'all. First lifter today, Andres Rubio, coming in for 150 kilos on squat, which is going to equate to 330 pounds. All right, he's getting set up. All right, he's getting set. All right, Andres. 3 white lights. Of course, 3 white lights being the goal. One each white coming from one of the judges, the head judge and the 2 sign judges, checking depth and make sure everything looks good. All right, so that's a good lift. Next up, coming Theo Rita. Going to be lifting 155 kilos in the men's raw teen division, 18 to 19-year-olds. 155 kilos is going to be 341 pounds. We got sunny, well, partially sunny, 65 degrees here in Sacramento, California. And now you can see Gino in the background, man, in his full pirate garb back there. It's amazing. All right, Theo is set. He's lifting that weight off the bar. He's going to walk it out. Get settled. All right, we'll see how he did. Not coming through. Okay, 2 whites out of 3, 1 red. All you need is 2 whites, folks, for it to be a good lift. All right, Andy He is coming up next in the men's raw open division, 75 kilogram category. Going to be going for 160 kilos here. That's going to be 352 pounds. All right, Andy getting the weight on his back. He's going to walk it out. Reyes comes back up. All right, we'll see the call from the judges. 3 whites for Andy on his first lift. All right, coming up next, we got Christian Esquera in the men's raw junior 20 to 23 category age group in the 75 kilogram category or weight division. All right, 175 kilos here for Christian. This is going to be 385 pounds. So really, there were just 2 commands with the squat. Once they have unracked the weight and they're settled, the head judge will tell them to squat, and that's the first command, where they can initiate the squat like Christian is now. They go back up, and they wait for the rack command, just like they did right there. Everything looked good. Let's see what happened. 3 white lights for Christian. So really just 2 commands for squats. It's going to be the squat command and the rack command. You don't want to jump any of those commands because you'll get disqualified on that list. All right, coming up next, Nathan Cruzado. Nathan's going to be attempting 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds. Christian is one of the men's raw junior division, 20 to 23 years old, in the 75 kilogram category or weight class. All right, 3 white lights for Nathan. So these are their first attempts, folks. This first for flight D here, session 2. And the first attempts are going to be their kind of their starting weight they're going to start with today. And each Each round from here, their second and third attempts are going to be progressively heavier as they select their weights once they get them. All right, Daniel Brewster going for 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. All right. Daniel Brewster is competing in the men's raw open division in the 75 kilo weight class. All right. 3 whites there. He gets the lift. Aaron Yu coming up next, 190 kilos on the bar. 418 pounds here for Aaron. Aaron's one of our raw junior categories in the 20 to 23 age group. 75 kilo weight class. Getting set up. Right, he's got it unracked. He's going to walk it out. Right, the lift is done. Let's see how he did. Oh, misses that one. The 2 sign judges maybe calling a depth issue there. Say again? Over here. I've got Ben and myself here at the live feed table. We keep being mistaken for the scores table where they add new weights in there. All right, coming up next, we got Benjamin Unkango. He's in the men's raw open division, 75 kilo weight class, going for 205 kilos here. 451 pounds. He's set. Oh, and he misses that one too. Or excuse me, it looks like they've updated their call. I guess we're gonna double check. We saw one showing of the lights, and then we saw another. Looks like it was a good lift, so it was 2 whites out of 3. They had 2 reds, and then they switched it to 2 whites. I don't know what happened. Yeah. All right. So that was a good. It did count as a good lift for Benjamin. Joshua Ambrose up next, 217.5 kilos, 479 pounds. Flight D, we're starting to. Our starting weights are a lot heavier now. We're in the 400s and coming up to the 500s soon. All right. So Josh has completed the lift. Let's see what happened. All right. 2 out of 3 for Joshua. That's a good lift. And Josh was one of our team lifters in the 16 to 17-year-old category. Great job today. Colin Baroy. 230 kilos coming up for Colin. On first attempt, 507 pounds. Colin's in our men's raw open category. 75 kilo weight class. Right, Colin getting set up. Really digging in and setting up a good base with his arms. 3 whites for Colin, ladies and gentlemen. Secures his first lift, his first attempt on squats. We are back to the top of the order, folks. Rita coming back up for his second attempt. He nailed his 155 for his first, and he's going for 165 now. Kilograms. 363 pounds. Theo focusing in, determined look on his face as he gets set up on the bar. All right, gets his feet settled. Unracks the weight. He's going to walk it out now. Gonna wait for the judge's call. There goes. Nice for Theo. All right, secures his second attempt. How do you get this screen right here? What's that? Can you get this screen right here? Or can I get to it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where do I
It's
go?
under, click on the hamburger menu.
Where?
This, it's the little menu. Yeah, right there. And then go to, what is it, display?
Display?
Yeah, go to display.
Oh, perfect. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so that'll show you like
Cool.
what's on deck and
This is great, man. Thank you. All right, y'all. Andres Rubio up next, 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds. Oh, it's got the pounds on it. Lets out a grunt. And he dominates the late. All right, 3 whites for Andres. Coming up next, we got Andy He. Coming back up for his second attempt, 172.5 kilos, 380 pounds. So much gain street off there, bro. Yeah. Thanks.
yeah, I was looking, there's an option, you can change this into pounds, but I'll change it for pounds for everything.
Oh, oh, gotcha. All right, let's see what Andy's got here. Looks like you got plenty of depth. He's going to rack it now, and we'll see what the judges called. 3 whites for Andy. Excellent. All right. Next up, Christian Esquerra. We'll be going for 185 kilos, 407 pounds. Attempt. It's a good lift. All right. Aaron Yu coming back for 190. He had missed it in the first round, likely due to depth. But he's back 190. He had missed it in the first round, likely due to depth. But he's back here to try it again for the second round. This is 418 pounds. All right, Aaron has it on his back. He's walking it out. Takes a deep breath. All right, we'll see what happened. 3 whites on his second attempt. He nails that 190 now. All right. Daniel Brewster coming up next, going for 195 kilos, 429 pounds. Now, one of the characteristics of USAPL, folks, USA Powerlifting, is that they don't really use monolifts, which would be the contraption used for extremely heavy weights. There's no contraption to where they can stand in place and lift the weight, and then the arms, come out, and they can just squat it in place. They have to walk it out in the USAPL. So all these lifters, and Daniel struggles a little bit, but still manages to get the weight up and achieves 3 wide lights and a good lift. But yeah, as I was saying, a lot of these lifters have been training for the last weeks and months, walking out these weights at their gyms. Most of the lifters today from California. There may be a few guest lifters that from out of state. If they are, they won't be eligible for awards, but they can qualify for nationals or set records as well. All right, Nathan Cruzado up next, 200 kilos, 440 pounds there. Right. Let's see what he got. 3 white lights for Nathan. That's a good lift. All right, coming up next, Benjamin Untango. He's set. There's the command. All right. 3 whites for Benjamin. Securing his second attempt. All right, coming up next, we got Joshua Ambrose. Josh is going for 227.5 kilos or 501 pounds. All right, bars loaded. You'll notice that most lifters have a lifting belt and knee sleeves, although those aren't a requirement. Is going back up, pushes through. 3 whites for Joshua. That's a good lift, 227.5 kilos. All right. Our last lifter for second attempts is going to be Colin Baroy. 235 kilos, 518 pounds. And then we'll be on to third attempts. We got the gym owner of Nightmare Muscle, Michael Aponze, stepping in to help with the 500 plus pound weights for extra spotters. Right. Colin manages to get it up and gets 3 white lights. I know he's probably shook his head, probably hoping it felt a little better, but he got it up either way. Great job there, Colin. Coming up next, we got Theo Rita back up. For a third attempt, he's going for 175, 385 pounds. Theo's locking in for his third attempt here. It's going to be the heaviest squat of the day for him. The third attempts being the heaviest lifts. Many times, these third attempts will end up being personal bests for a lot of these lifters. Theo sticks with it and manages to get it up. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Theo. All right, Andy He coming up, 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds. Takes it down. Comes back up, stuck in the middle, but still going. He's going hard. He manages to get it up. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Andy. It's a good lift. All right. Great performance there. 3 for 3 on squats for Andy. Andres Rubio coming up next. Andres going for 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. All right, he got 2 out of 3. It's a good lift. All right, coming up next, we've got Christian Esquerra, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. Chris walks it out. Oh, that's all right. Gave it all. Gave it his all. No good on that one. Coming up next, Daniel Brewster. 197.5 kilos. We're waiting on one of the things to update. There it is. All right. Daniel's going for 435 pounds here. Oh, nearly made it through that sticking point in the middle, but doesn't make it quite through. 2 for 3 on squats. Not bad. All right. Coming up next, Aaron Yu. Aaron's going to be attempting 205 kilos, 451 pounds. So if you recall, Aaron had missed his opener, but came back and got it at 190 kilos for his second attempt. Now at 205. All right, let's see how he does here. He has it unracked. He's going to walk it out now. He's awaiting the head judge's call. Takes a deep breath. Stick with it. There it is. All right, let's check the judge's call. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. It counts. Once again, all you need is 2 out of 3 whites in order to consider it a good lift and for it to count on the books of the USAPL. All right, Nathan Cruzado coming up next. 210 kilos, 462 pounds, or basically 463. All right, Nathan's getting settled, getting ready to unrack the weight. Look of determination on his face. Oh, he had a little bit of trouble on that one. And it's going to happen on a lot of these third attempts, y'all. These are weights that sometimes they're pretty ambitious, and a lot of times end up being PRs or personal bests for a lot of these lifters. All right, coming up next, we got Benny Unkanko. Apologies if the pronunciation is not correct. All right, here he goes. Give him some of that good energy from the spotting crew. He's going for 485 pounds here. 220 kilos. Narrowly misses. Great effort there, Benny. All right, coming up next, we've got Joshua Ambrose, going to be attempting 235 kilos or 518 pounds. Big Micah Ponce coming up to assist with the spotting crew on the heavier weights, 500 plus pounds. All right. Joshua coming out calm and collected. Almost gets it, but no cigar. All right, ends up going 2 for 3 on his lifts. All right, last lift or last squat of the day for Flight D is going to be Colin Baroy. Colin going to be going for 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds. All right, we'll see if he can round it out for us and give us a good lift here to cap off the squats for flight D. He'll be on to flight E next. Wow, Gino, the announcer, making the comment that this is around 3 or maybe a little over 3 times his body weight of Collins. And he's going up, and he gets it. Neck vein popping out and all. If I had $1 for every neck vein I saw bulging out today, I'd have about $50. All right, we're on to flight E. Lucas Hughes coming up next. His first slot going to be at 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Yeah, just to finish that thought, you're a very strong lifter if you can lift anywhere from 2 to 2.5 times your body weight. You're an extremely strong lifter if you can lift 3 times or more of your own body weight. You're up in the elite levels. All right, getting things reset here. All right, Lucas coming up here. Lucas, one of our taller lifters today, so he's got quite a ways to go down and back up, but he can do it. Right, nice and easy for Lucas. Let's see the judges score. 3 whites for Lucas. Good lift. All right, coming up next, we've got Alexander Iglesias. Going to be in the men's raw junior category and also the men's raw open category. It's going for 170 kilos, 374 pounds. He squats down and stands up like there was nothing on the bar. All right. 3 whites for Alexander. Securing his first lift. Ricky Lee up next. Same weight, 374 pounds. Ricky's set. He's waiting for the judge's call. Here it is. All right. Makes it look nice and easy. Let's see what the judges say. The technology taking a little bit of time. I'm assuming it was a good lift. It looked good, but we'll wait for the official lifting cast diagnosis. There we go. 3 whites. All right, coming up next, Mason Romo. 182.5 kilos coming up here, 402 pounds. Mason's got the blue hair today. He's going to lift, and he's going to lift in style. All right. Takes a deep breath. There's a good amount of depth on that one. All right, gets it back up. 3 whites for Mason. Securing his first attempt. All right, coming up next, Alec Lord. 192.5 kilos on the bar, 424 pounds. Alec adjusting his belt, getting set. All right, this guy looks like he's representing USC powerlifting. on his singlet. Right. Nice and slow and smooth. 3 whites for Alec. Great job, sir. Coming up next, we got Ben Nguyen. Ben Nguyen. Apologies. All right. 197.5 kilos on the bar, 435 pounds. Representing Reformance Training. It's in the men's raw open 82.5 kilo weight class. Right, looked nice and easy, and it was. 3 whites for Vin. Coming up next, we got Pratik Lamuni. It's going to be in the men's raw raw junior division in the 20 to 23 age group, 82.5 kilogram weight class. He's also competing in the men's raw open division. All right, 200 kilograms on the bar, 440 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Pratik. Great work, sir. Coming up next, we got Harvey Tagalikud. Same weight here. In fact, the next 2 lifters going to have the same weight of 200 kilos, 440 pounds. Harvey unracks it. Gets into place. All right, stands up pretty easily with it. Gets a 2 out of 3, which is a good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Kyle Castro. Same weight here. 440 pounds. All right, squats down, comes up with it relatively easily. 2 out of 3 whites. That's a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Joshua Cherry coming up next. Joshua's going to be going for 220 kilos, 485 pounds. Joshua getting amped up, coming up with the intensity as he gets set in the bar. Walks it out. Makes it look pretty easy, y'all. 3 whites for Joshua, securing his first attempt. And the last lifter, from what it looks like, is going to be Josiah Luna, going for 237.5 kilos. Just waiting on the StatCast or lifting cast to update. There it is. All right, he's going for 523 pounds. Josiah representing the Strength Initiative. He's in our men's Raw Junior and enrolled in the men's Raw Open divisions in the 82.5-pound weight class, 8-kilo weight class. All right. With relative ease, he lifts it. 3 whites for Josiah. All right, we're heading back to the top of the order, ladies and gentlemen. Lucas Hughes going to come out next, going for 175 kilos, 385 pounds. Today, we'd like to thank our co-meet directors, Tish Horn and Deborah Council, for putting this meet together today, the 2024 California State Championships, a USAPL sanctioned meet here at the Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness Gym. All right. Lucas coming for 175. Deep breath. That makes it look pretty light. 3 whites for Lucas. All right, coming up next, y'all, we got Ricky Lee. He's going to be attempting 180 kilos, 396 pounds. You may notice some of the lifters, aside from the standard, typically you'll see a lifter have a lifting belt and maybe knee sleeves. You may see some lifters have wrist wraps on for additional support of the wrists as they are holding the weight of the bar behind their or alongside their backs. All right, Ricky's walking it out. Achieves a great amount of depth. Gives us a nice nod, signifying that he knew that he got it. And 3 white lights for Ricky. All right, coming up next, Alexander Iglesias, going for 402 pounds, 182.5 kilos. Comes the squat. Nice amount of depth. Brings it up nice and easily. 3 whites for Alexander. He's on a roll so far, 2 for 2. Coming up next, Mason Romo, 5 kilos, 407 pounds. Today we have Texas Strength Systems spotters and loading crew assisting us today. They've done an impeccable job of loading and spotting today. In fact, they're the fastest spotting and loading crew in the West. Lightning fast speeds at changing those weights up. Mason going for 407 pounds. Buries the depth. Whoa, ends up not able to come up with it. No lift on that one. Maybe he'll come back and try it for the next round on 3rd attempts. Coming up next, we got Alec Lord at 207.5 kilos, 457 pounds. Alec going for 457 pounds. All right, achieves pretty good depth. And he brings it up pretty easily. He gets 2 out of 3, which counts as a good lift. All right, coming up next, we got Ben Nguyen, excuse me. Yes, as Dino noted, Vin representing Reformance Training. Comes, buries the depth, comes back up with it. That's 3 whites for Vin. All right, coming up next, we got Pratik Kakalamui. Pratik's going to be going for 468 pounds. Pratik, there we go. He's assessing his depth, preparing himself for the lift, adjusting his belt a little bit, making sure he's ready to go. Deke is locked in. He's ready to go. He got the nice low bar position near his deltoids. Relatively low position on his back. Here goes. Makes it look pretty good. Oh, and he gets called maybe on some depth. What's it? All right, coming up next, we've got Harvey Tagalikud. 215 kilos coming up for him, 468 pounds. Harvey unracks the weight, walks it out, showing solid command of the weight as he walks it out. Takes a deep breath, goes down, and comes back up with it. 2 out of 3 whites is a good lift, and it counts. All right, same weight coming up next for Kyle Castro.
What's up,
Kyle has one of the mouth guards in his mouth, protecting his mouth as he's going up and clenching his teeth. Some people also like having the mouth guards to provide any extra additional tension as they lift. Kyle's sticking with it, and he brings it up. After a little 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Kyle. Coming up next, Joshua Chu. 232.5 kilos on the bar, 512 pounds. Right, he walks it out. Deep breath. Buries the depth, and it comes back up with it. 3 whites for Joshua. All right, coming up next, Josiah Luna is going to round out our second attempts for Flight D, Session 2. $252.5 kilos, 556 pounds, representing the Strength Initiative. All right. Josiah's getting set. Unracks the weight and walks it out. A quick descent. And no problem bringing it back up. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites, y'all. 3 whites for Josiah. All right, we're back to the top of the order, folks, for third attempts. Flight E on squats. So Mason had missed this attempt during his, he had missed this during his second attempt, 185 kilos. And he's going to come after it again. 407 pounds. All right. Coming up next, we got Ricky Lee for his third attempt. 413 pounds, 187 and a half kilos. Ricky coming up with it without many problems. And he gets 3 whites. Goes for 3 on squats today. Coming up next, we got Lucas Hughes. All right, Lucas going for 190 kilos here, 418 pounds. He's coming out hyped up, man. He's huffing, he's puffing. Adjusts his belt. He's ready to go. Goes. Brings it down. Lets out a yell to get it up. Face turning cherry red. And he gets 2 out of 3, and it counts. Great performance today from Lucas. 3 out of 3 on squat. All right, Alexander Iglesias coming up next. Looking to get 192 and a half kilos, 424 pounds. Nice and easy, smooth like butter, ladies and gentlemen. 3 whites for Alexander, 3 on squats today. All right, coming up next, we got Pratik. Pratik going for 212 and a half kilos, the one that evaded him last round, 468 pounds. Setting himself up. All right, here he goes. Gets the belt on. He's ready to go. He's locked in. All right, gets under position. There it is. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. Comes back and gets the weight from his second attempt that he had missed. 2 for 3 on squat. Great job, Pratik. On the bench now. Next up, Vin Nguyen. Ben going for 217.5 kilos, 479 pounds. Ben giving a nod, signifying that he knows he got it. 3 whites for Ben. All right, next, Alec Lord. Alec's going to be going for the same weight, 479 pounds. And isn't able to come up with it. 2 for 3 on squats, though. Good performance. All right, coming up next, we got Kyle Castro. Same weight here, 479 pounds. Sticks with it. Let's see what the judges say. 2 out of 3 is a good lift for Kyle. Going 3 for 3 on squats today. All right, coming up next, Harvey T. Harvey going for 227.5 kilos, 501 pounds. All right, we're bringing in Mike, Big Mike, for assistance on the spot on any 500 plus squats today. Right. Harvey getting locked in here. Able to come up with it, but a good performance either way. 2 for 3 on squats. Joshua Chu coming up next. 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds. All right, let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Joshua. 3 for 3 on squats today. All right, coming up next, we got Josiah Luna. 262.5 kilos here, 5 and up. 262.5 kilos here, 578 pounds. That's no small weight, folks. He's walking it out. Let's see what he's got. Walking it out. Let's see what he's got. Three wides for Josiah, leaving no doubt that he's got that weight. Great job today. 3 for 3 on squats for him. All right, y'all. A little 10-minute break here before when we switch to bench. So we'll see you back in about 10 minutes. back at the USA Powerlifting California State Championships at Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness in Sacramento, California. Starting us off for bench for Flight D is Andres Rubio, going for 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds. Andres getting set on the bench. Andres, one of our junior lifters today in the 14 to 15-year-old category. Solid lift from what it looks like. 3 white for Andres to start it off. All right, coming up next, Aaron Yu, going to be lifting 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Bringing one of the sponsors in or something?
No, I think that is
Okay, got it. Thank you.
having this all.
All right, and you'll see that some of the lifters elect to have a spotter lift them off, meaning they'll assist them getting the bar off the rack and getting it in place before they complete the lift themselves. And each lifter kind of has their own process as they set up and the way that they like to be handed off the weight. Right, we'll see what the judges say. 3 whites for Aaron to start it off for him. All right, Andy He coming up next, 92.5 kilos. 203 pounds. Be easy for Andy there. Let's check the judges' results. 3 whites, a good lift for Andy. Again, if you're just joining us, the goal is 3 white lights, signifying an approval from each of the 3 judges. All you need for it to be a good lift is going to be 2 out of the 3 to be white lights. All right, Nathan Cruzado up next, 242 pounds on the bar, 110 kilos. And you'll notice with the bench, y'all, it's one of the more complicated of the lifts in terms of the commands. There's a press command once they have the bar in the air and set. There's the start command, which is signifies in the start lifting. There's the bench command once they get it on their chest and it's not moving, and there's the rack command. So there's 3 commands they have to follow. There it goes. And he may have jumped that rack command there. So it's a no lift. And just to my point that I was talking about, it's important for the lifters to, practice the weeks coming up, or at least a week before coming up, to get used to receiving the commands, right? To avoid situations like that where you might accidentally jump the judge's command to rack the lift. All right, Theo Rita coming up next. Same weight here, 242 pounds. Set. Gets his glutes on the bench. Let's see what the judges say. Looked good to me. Yep. 3 white lights for Theo. All right, coming up next, we got Joshua Ambrose, who is competing out of Livermore High School. I believe the mascot is the Cowboys. My wife actually attended Livermore High School. Shout out to Livermore High School. All right, Joshua is once again is in the men's Raw Teen 2 category, 16 to 17 years old. He's going for 259 pounds. Three white lines for Joshua. Starting off strong from securing that first lift on bench. All right, coming up next, we got Colin Baroy. Colin's going to be going for 122.5 kilos. The other thing the side judges especially are looking for is that the glutes, or in layman's terms, the butt, that their glutes are touching the bench the whole time and not coming off and staying in place. If they do come off, they likely will get called for or disqualified on that side. All right, gets a lift off. That was 3 whites for Colin. Colin, that was 270 pounds, 122.5 kilos. Next, we are on to Daniel Brusser, who's going to be going for 125 kilos, or 275 pounds. Looks solid. Yep. 3 white lights for Daniel. It's a good look. Again, each lifter has their own process and the way they kind of get set up to really build the tension. A lot of people think bench is only a chest and triceps workout, but in a lot of ways, it's a full body workout, including all the tension that's delivered and built through the legs and through your whole body. All right. 3 whites for Benjamin. All right, that's it for the first attempts, y'all. We're on to second attempts now. Back to the top of the order with Andres Rubio, one of our team lifters from today. Going to be going for 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds. And you'll see with the different lifters, y'all, there's different preferences as to the width of grip that they put on the bar. Some will be on the wider end where they have their ring fingers more toward the rings of the bar. And some prefer to have them more closer or a little more close. Just depends on each individual lifter's preference. Some use the advantage of having the wider grip and lowering the amount of distance to the chest that it has to travel, the weight. All right. Looks like a solid lift there. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Andres Rubio, and he is representing SoCal Powerlifting. All right, coming up next, Aaron Yu, going to be going for 209 pounds, 95 kilos. Getting set up. He's going to unrack the weight here in just a moment. Really getting into position. He has the spotter help him lift it off. Gets into the right position. He's going to lower the glutes down, touch the bench, and he's ready to go. And he gets it up. Let's see what the judges say. 2 out of 3 is a good lift. And that counts, y'all. Coming up next, we got Andy. Andy King. Andy's going to be attempting 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Right. 2 out of 3 whites is a good lift for Andy. All right, going 2 for 2 so far. Coming up next, we got Theo Rita. Theo's going to be attempting 115 kilos. Theo asking for the liftoff. You may notice some of the characteristic arch of the back on a lot of these lifters. And what that does also is essentially trying to decrease the amount of distance that the bar has to travel. You can get your back in that position and lift your chest up a little bit more. The shorter the distance the weight has to go. All right, that was a good lift. 3 whites for Theo. All right, coming to our next, y'all, Nathan Cruzano. Going to be attempting 117 and a half kilos, 259 pounds. All right, 3 whites for 127 and a half kilos on the bar. It's going to be 281 pounds. See how Josh did. 3 whites for Joshua. All right, coming up next, Colin Barrow. 130 kilos on the bar, 286 pounds. Let's see how he did. 3 whites for Colin. Going 2 for 2 so far. In fact, he has been 5 for 5 on all of his lifts today, including squats. All right, Daniel coming up next. Daniel Brewster, 132 and a half kilos on the bar. £292. And he's unable to get the weight up. It's going to be a no lift on that one. Maybe we'll come back to the next round and get it. All right, same weight on the bar for Christian Esquerra. 292 pounds. Right. Let's see what the judges say. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, y'all. Yeah, it counts. All right, coming up next. To finish off. Attempts number 2 for flight E. Flight E. Anyway, Benny's coming up next, 160 kilos. Three 152 pounds. Gets it up. 3 white lines for Benjamin. All right, we're getting reset back to the top of the order. Andres Rubio coming up next. Again, we give a shout out to the Texas Strength Systems spotting and loading crew, the fastest spotters and loaders in the West. Literally, their time, they get it done within like 4 or 5 seconds. Though I don't even have time to look at the next lifter's information before I have to start the lift. They're doing a great job out there. All right, Andre selecting for a liftoff on his 3rd attempt, going for 209 pounds. All right. A little struggle, but not too much. 3 wide lines for Andres. Again, representing SoCal Powerlifting and one of our youngest lifters today in the 14 and 15-year-old category. All right, coming up next, Aaron Yu. Aaron's going to be lifting or attempting 214 pounds, 97.5 kilos. Set in position. Gets the command. Crescent, oh, isn't going to have it there. Do you see how fast they are? Literally 5 seconds or less. Texas Strength Systems making the day run smoothly today. Coming up next, Andy He, 102.5 kilos, 225 pounds on that bar. Andy sticks with it. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Andy. That's a good lift. And he has gone 6 for 6 on his lifts today. All right, Theo Rita up next. 117.5 kilos on the bar, 259 pounds. Theo getting the lift off. Okay. Lifts it up with relative ease. Let's see the judges' score. Yep, 3 white lights for Theo. Another one going 6 for 6 on his lifts so far. Oh, Nathan's going to be going after 264 pounds, 120 kilos. All right, Nathan getting set up, getting his fingers in the correct position, getting that arch going. Solid foundation. And the spotters catch him, unable to get the lift there. All right, it's going to be on a deadlift for Nathan and the rest who have gone so far. Daniel Brewster up next, going after 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. So lift off. He's pushing hard. He's pushing hard. Might run out of gas there. It's all right. Unable to get the weight up on the deadlifts. Next one here, Joshua Ambrose. Joshua is going to be going for 292 pounds, the same weight. He's one of our team lifters today in the men's raw team 2 category, 75 kilo weight class. All right, here goes. Lifts it off himself. Pushing hard, sticking with it. Oh, not quite there. That's all right. Going 4 for 6 so far on his lifts. Solid performance. Colin Barroy coming up next. Same weight, 292 pounds. I get the lift off. And gets it up. Gets the lift off. Getting into position. Gets set. Brings it down. Tries to get it up, but unable to do so. Going 4 for 6 on his lift so far. All right. Benny coming up next to finish off Flight D in their bench. Benny going for 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds. Not quite there. Spotters and loaders there to catch him. He's gone 4 for 6 on his lift so far, having a solid performance so far. All right, y'all. Coming up next, we are in Flight E in their bench presses. And Alexander Iglesias coming up next. 102.5 kilos, 225 pounds. Right. Alexander in both the men's raw junior and the enrolled in the open division as well. 82.5 kilo weight class. All right, he's set to go. Here comes. That's it, y'all. With ease, he gets his first lift. 3 whites. Right, coming up next, we got Pratik. 105 kilos on the bar, 225, excuse me. Waiting for the lifting cast screen to update. Pratik going after 231 pounds. Nice and easy, Pratik. 3 whites for him. All right, securing his first attempt. Coming up next for Lucas Hughes. Same weight for him and the next lifter as well. Next 2 lifters. 231 pounds. We got the Offspring playlist going on right now. All right, brings it up with ease. 3 whites for Lucas. Next one, Mason Romo coming up next at the same weight, 231 pounds. Gets it up pretty easily. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Mason. All right, next one coming up, y'all. We have Kyle Castro. We're going up in kilos by about 5 to 110, and that's going to be 242 pounds. Kyle Castro representing Bay Area Barbell. Peasy for Kyle. 3 white lines for him. Alec Lord coming up next. Going for 115 kilos, 253 pounds. In the men's raw open division, 82.5 kilos weight class. 3 whites for Alec, securing his first attempt on bench. Ricky Lee coming up next. Same weight, 115 kilos, 253 pounds. He gets it up. Smooth as butter, man. 3 white lights for Ricky. All right, coming up next, we got Josiah Luna. Josiah going after 120 pounds, 264 pounds. Three rights for Josiah. All right, coming up next, we got RVT. 135 kilos on the bar, 297 pounds. Again, representing Anchor Strength System. Harvey lifts it off himself, gets into position, gets the signal from the judge, lifts it up, pretty smooth. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Harvey. All right, coming up next, we got Vin Nguyen. Right, Vin's going to be attempting the same weight, 297 pounds. Again, representing Reformance Training. Two out of three is a good lift. And that counts. Vin Nguyen getting his 135 kilos. All right, coming up next, we got Joshua Chu. Is going to finish off the Flight E in their bench first round attempts. 140 kilos on the bar, 308 pounds for Joshua. And as Gino was explaining, there may have been some up and down motion on the bar, deeming it a no lift on that one. All right, back to the top of the order for second attempts on bench, Flight E. Alexander Iglesias up first, 231 pounds. Coming up. And that's 3 whites for Alexander, making easy work of 105 kilos. Coming up next, we got Mason Romo. Mason's going to be attempting 110 kilos. Gets the lift off the bar. All right. Able to get it up. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Mason. He is 2 for 2 on bench so far. All right. Pratik coming up next. 112 and a half kilos, 248 pounds. All right. Pratik seemingly making easy work of the weight, and it is 3 whites for him. All right. 2 for 2 on bench so far. Lucas Hughes coming up next. Going to be attempting 115 kilos. Getting set up on the bench. Oh, he nearly gets it up, but gets deadlocked near the top of the lift and ends up going back down. Maybe he'll come back and get it the next round. Coming up next, we got Kyle Castro. Kyle's going to be going after 117 and a half kilos, 259 pounds. That's 3 whites for Kyle. Easy work of his second attempt. He's gone 5 for 5 so far on his lifts. Coming up next, we got Ricky Lee, who's going to be attempting 120 kgs, 264 pounds.
Yeah.
So Ricky's got some of the popular style of lifting shoes on. They're flat and they have Velcro on them. I don't know what they're called. Other styles you might see are other flat soled shoes like Chuck Taylors or Vans. Or really, there's no guideline that says you have to use a flat soled shoe. A lot of benchers choose. Ricky Lee getting 3 whites for that lift there. A lot of benchers opting for a flat soled shoe to reduce the amount of uh, or to increase the amount of force transfer and efficiency of going from their foot to the ground without a bunch of foam in the sole of the shoe absorbing a lot of that force. 3 white lights for Josiah. Nice and easy. Coming up next, we got Ben Win. Wynn's going to be attempting 140 kgs. 308 pounds. Two out of three is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Been going 5 for 5 so far on his lift today. Harvey T coming up next. Representing Anchor Strength Systems. 314 pounds on the bar. All right, 3 white lights for Harvey. Coming up next, Joshua Chu. Joshua going for 319 pounds. 145 kgs here. All right, here's the liftoff. Brings it down. Raises it up with little trouble at all. 3 whites for Joshua. All right, y'all, we're going to be back to the top of the order for third attempts. Flight E, session 2. Back to Alexander Iglesias, going to be going for 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Alexander, going 6 for 6 so far on his lifts today. All right, coming up, I've got Mason Romo, 248 pounds on that bar, 112.5 kilos. Mason's got the lift off. Carefully brings it down and lifts it back up. Mason getting 3 white lights there. It must be the blue hair. He's got all 6 of his lifts so far. We'll see if he goes 9 for 9 later when deadlifts come up. All right, Lucas Hughes coming up next. 253 pounds on the bar, 115 kgs. Lucas getting pumped up. This weight evaded him last time. He almost had it. Got stuck at the top of the lift. Lifts it off himself. Brings it down. Pressing up, pressing up. Oh, gonna miss it again. That's all right. He's bringing the energy, and he's got a long way to go with those long arms. It's understandable. All right, y'all. Pratik is up next. 264 pounds, 120 kgs on the bar. He's been 2 for 2 on his benches so far. Let's see how he does. Gonna keep it. Oh, he narrowly missed it. Almost had it. That's all right. It's part of the game sometimes. All right. Coming up next, we got Ricky Lee. Ricky's going to be going after 125 kgs, 275 pounds. Got stuck right in the middle of the lift. That's all right. It's the name of the game. These third attempts are starting to get pretty heavy for some of these lifters. Again, a lot of them ending up being personal records for some of these lifters. Kyle Castro up next. Same weight here, 275 pounds. And you'll notice, folks, you'll slow trying to maintain a stable base as they lift these weights on the bench. He's able to get it up. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Kyle Castro. Josiah Luna up next. Josiah Luna up next. $130 kilos on the bar, 286 pounds, representing the Strength Initiative. Right, 3 whites for Josiah. He is 6 for 6 on his lifts so far today. All right, coming up next, Ben Nguyen. Going to be attempting 145 kgs for his third attempt on bench, 319 pounds. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites, of course, for Ben. 6 for 6 as well on his lifts today. All right, Harvey T coming up next. Going to be attempting 150 kgs, 330 pounds out of Anchor Strength Systems. Here we go. Raise it down. Oh, unable to do it. That's all right. 4 for 6 on his lift so far. All right, Joshua coming up. Yes, same weight here. 150 kgs, 330 pounds for Joshua. It's getting ready to get set. Gets the lift off. And that's 3 whites for Joshua, ladies and gentlemen. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for bench today for flights D and E session 2. About 10 minutes to go, and we'll be back for deadlifts. The last lift of the day. Oh, man. Be back, man.
Still get to catch the area. About 1,147 feet.
Just this session or this morning session?
Uh,
With one big long session.
one big long section, I mean.
quiet early.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the USAPL California State Championships at Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness in Sacramento, California. Here we are, flights D and E. We're going to be doing our deadlifts now. Andres Rubio first, out of SoCal Powerlifting, going to be attempting 130 kgs, 286 pounds. Andres, one of our junior lifters today in the 14 and 15-year-old category. Makes easy work of the weight. And it's a good lift. 3 whites for Andres. Coming up next, we got Andy Key. Andy's going to be attempting 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds. Andy in our men's raw open category, 75-pound or kilo weight class. All right, the weight going up easily for Andy. 3 whites for him on his first attempt. Theo Rita coming up next. 190 kgs, 418 pounds. Now, deadlifts, y'all, is one of the simplest in terms of commands from the judges. It's really just one command, and that's put the weight down. So they have 1 minute once the signal that the bar is loaded is given to come in and start their lift. Once they lift it up, the judge will give them a signal to put it down, verify they've lifted it up. Easy work for Theo on his first attempt at 190 kilos. 3 whites for him. All right, Christian Escadera coming up next. It's going to be 200 kgs, 440 pounds. Christian assuming the sumo stance, the wider stance with the feet. 3 whites for Christian. Making easy work of his first attempt. All right, up next, we got Aaron Yu attempting the same weight, 440 pounds. Here's gets it up. 3 whites for Aaron. All right. Coming up next, we got Nathan Cruzado. Nathan's going to be attempting 205 kilos. Three whites for Nathan. All right, coming up next, we got Joshua Ambrose. 212.5 kilos on the bar. 468 pounds. Three whites for Joshua. Joshua, one of our team lifters today in the 16 to 17 category. All right, coming up next, we got Daniel Brewster. Maybe Brusser, apologies. 220 kilos on the bar, 485 pounds. 3 whites for Daniel, securing his first attempt on deadlifts. All right, coming up next, Benny. Benny Yu is up next. 262.5 kilos, a big jump in weight.
Come on, Benny.
578 pounds to start off.
Let's go. Get it up.
Three whites for Benny. Easily getting the weight. All right, coming up next, Colin is going to be attempting 295 kilos for his starting deadlift, which is going to be 650 pounds in the men's raw open 75 kg division. All right, he's coming out. He's ready. All right, gets his belt tightened up. And there it is. 3 whites for Colin, making easy work of 650 pounds. All right, back to the top of the order for second attempts. Flight D, Andres Rubio coming up next. He's going to be going for 308 pounds, 140 kgs. And Andres gets it up. Assuming it was a good lift, 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. All you need is 2 out of the 3. All right, coming up next, Andy He, 195 kilos on the bar, 429 pounds. Some of the grips you'll see today, folks, on the deadlifts will be mixed grip, where they have one hand overhand and one hand underhand, which helps them kind of grasp or support the weight a little easier with the mixed grip. Other ones you'll see are double overhand, or the more common for the overhand grips is going to be the hook grip, where they hook their thumbs under the grip. Three whites for Andy. Like, is there any one advantage to each one? There are some pros and cons to each, of course. There's not one that's any better than the other. It just depends on personal preference and what works for each individual lifter. All right, coming up next, Theo Rita up next, 446 pounds, 202.5 kilos on the bar. Looked good to me. It looked good to the judges too, y'all. 3 whites for Theo. All right, coming up next, Christian Esquerra, 210 pounds. Excuse me, 210 kilos on the bar, 462 pounds. Well, 463. Pretty technical. All right. 3 whites for Christian. Second attempts, you're starting to get a little heavier. So you're going to have a little bit more of a struggle on the lifts on their way to their third attempts. All right, Aaron, you coming up next. Same weight here, 210 kilos, 462 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Aaron. 2 for 2 on his deadlift so far today. Coming up next, we got Nathan Cruzado. 225 kilos on the bar, 496 pounds. All right, 3 whites for Nathan. Okay, Daniel Bresser coming up next. 501 pounds, 227 and a half kilos. All right, 3 whites for Daniel. 2 for 2 on his deadlifts. All right. Going to next, Joshua Ambrose. Same weight here. 227 and a half kilos, 501 pounds. Three whites for Joshua. All right, coming up next, Benny Yu is coming up next, 277 and a half kilos. 611 pounds coming up. Just repositioning the bar. Getting into position. He's got the sumo grip, or sumo stance, excuse me. Plenty of chalk on his hands. Taking a moment to focus himself. Gets it up nice and easy. 3 whites for Benny. 2 for 2 on his deadlift so far. All right. Last lift for second attempts. Colin Barroy coming up next. 310 kilograms on the bar, y'all. 683 pounds. You hear Gino, the announcer. Here goes. So saying it's about 4 times his body weight, maybe a little over 4 times his body weight, denoting exceptional strength on the part of Colin. Yeah. Oh. He's showing that he's okay with a smile on his face. So that was good. Even though he got it up, he wasn't able to lock it out and hold it. And the judges need to be able to see that to be able to count it as a good lift. Takes a deep breath. Lets out a grunt. And that's 3 whites for Andres. Andres went 9 for 9 on his lifts today. An impressive performance today. All right, coming up next, we got Andy He. Going to be going after 451 pounds, 205 kilos. He's staying with it. One white out of three, so it doesn't count as a good lift. Might have been a soft lockout. You can hear Gino commenting. His knees weren't totally locked out. All right, coming up, Theo Rita, one of our teenagers in the 18 to 19-year-old category, going after 210 pounds, 462 pounds. And it's just not there on the final attempt there. Great performance today. 8 for 9 on his lifts for Theo. All right, Christian Esquerra coming up next, going after 220 kilos, 485 pounds. Again, representing Anchor Strength Systems. Christian is calm and collected heading out there. He's adjusting his belt, make sure he's good to go. Not quite there, but a good performance either way. Going 6 for 9 on his lifts today for Christian. All right, coming up next, we got Aaron Yu. Aaron's also going after 220, 485 pounds in the junior category, 20 to 23 years old. All right, it's getting locked in. And barely able to break it off the floor, but a good performance either way. Going 6 for 9 today on his lifts. All right, coming up next, Daniel Bresser. Going to be attempting 230 kilos, 507 pounds on his third attempt. Lifting it hard, hits it up. 3 whites for Daniel. Going 6 for 9 today on his lifts. All right, coming up next, we've got Joshua Ambrose going after 235 kilos, 518 pounds. Not quite there today. That's okay. It's going to be 6 for 9 on his lifts today. Good performance, Joshua. All right, coming up next, Nathan Cruzado. Going to be going after 245 kgs, 540 pounds. Getting a warning for his language, as you're supposed to keep your language clean on the platform. And we're waiting on the lights. 2 out of 3 is a good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Nathan finishing strong, going 6 for 9. All right. Yes, the lifters do have to be careful about dropping the bar or slamming it down at a risk of disqualification. All right, going to next, we got Benny Going after 644 pounds, 292.5 kilos. All right, Ben is locking in. Oh, the grip. Let's go of it. The strength was there, but the grip just wasn't holding on. That's okay. Benny going 6 for 9 today. All right. Last lifter for Flight D today. Colin is coming up next, going for the one that evaded him last time. He basically got it up last time, but wasn't able to hold it out. 310 kilos coming up next. 683 pounds. Not quite there, but a great performance today. Put on a show for us, lifting some heavy weight, Colin. Going 7 for 9. Great performance today, Colin. All right, y'all. We are on to the last flight of the day for session 2. Ricky Lee coming up first in our men's raw junior category, 20 to 23 age group and 82.5 kilo weight class. Ricky's going for 190 kgs, 418 pounds. Three whites for Ricky, starting off nicely. All right, coming up next, y'all, we got Alec Lord. Alec going for 200 kgs, 440 pounds. Right, Alex getting set up with the conventional stance. It's light work of his first attempt. All right, making easy work of his first lift. Three whites for Kyle. Coming up next, we got Ben Nguyen. Ben making light work of 473 pounds, basically 474 pounds. 215 kilos. Again, Ben lifting for reformance training. All right, coming up next, we got Pratik. 217.5 kilos, 479 pounds. All right, taking the sumo stance, getting locked in. Three whites for Pratik. All right, coming up next, Mason Romo. 222.5 kilos, 490 pounds. All right, waiting for the lights, but I'm assuming it was a good lift. Sometimes the technology, a little bit of a delay. All right, yeah, 3 white lights for Mason. Coming up next, Josiah Luna, representing the Strength Initiative. 225 kgs on the bar, 496 pounds. Waiting on the signal from the judges. 3 whites for Josiah, securing his first attempt on deadlifts. Coming up next, Harvey T, representing Anchor Strength Systems, going after 230 kgs, 507 pounds. All right, getting set with his feet in the sumo stance, making sure he's locked in. Making light work of his first attempt. 3 whites for Harvey. All right, y'all. Coming up next, we got Joshua Chu to round out first attempts for Flight E, Session 2 of deadlifts. Joshua going after 250 kgs. Nice and easy for Joshua. 3 whites for him. All right, y'all. We are on to second attempts now for Flight E. All right, y'all. Ricky Lee coming up next. 440 pounds on the bar, 200 kgs. Three whites for Ricky. Did a great job. Going 2 for 2 on dead so far. Alec Lord coming up next. Going for 474 pounds, 215 kgs. Three whites for Alec. Successful second attempt. All right, coming up next, we got Alexander Iglesias. Same weight here, 474 pounds. Three whites for Alexander. Alexander having gone 8 for 8 so far on his lifts today. Having a great day so far. All right, coming up next, Kyle Castro. Going to be going after 485 pounds, 220 kgs. Getting locked in the conventional stance. All right, 3 whites for Kyle, representing Bay Area Barbell. Next up, we got Lucas Hughes. Lucas going to be going after 496 pounds, 225 kgs. Lucas getting hyped up. Lucas gifts it up. 3 whites for him. He checking to make sure he keeps his balance. Some lifters can get lightheaded sometimes. It's a lot of rush going on to their head after lifting those weights. That's why we have spotters. He's doing okay. All right, coming up next, Vin Nguyen, 512 pounds, 232.5 kilos. You'll notice a lot of the lifters are wearing relatively flat-soled shoes. Again, having to do with that force transfer and reducing the amount of distance or absorption through like other shoes that have cushiony soles and lots of foam in there to absorb. That's why you'll see a lot of Vans, Chuck Taylors, Converse, and other bench and deadlift shoes out there. They're flat-soled. 3 white lines for Vin. Successfully getting 232.5 kilos. Mason Romo going for the same weight, 512 pounds. Barely able to break it off the floor. He'll try to come back and get it next round. All right, coming up next, Pratik. He's going to be going after 235 kilos. Getting his feet in position. Checking his belt. All right, let's see what the judges say. Oh, it's a no lift. It may have been a hitch toward the top, as Gino explained. All right, coming up next, we got Josiah Luna representing the Strength Initiative, going after 240 kgs, 529 pounds. Three whites for Josiah. Josiah has gone 8 for 8 so far today. We'll see if he can make it 9 for 9 on his third attempt next round. All right, Harvey T coming up next. 245 kilos on the bar, 540 pounds. Harvey making light work of it. Let's see the judges' heights. While we wait, Harvey is representing Anchor Strength Systems. 3 whites for Harvey. Good lift. All right, to round out second attempts for Flight E, Joshua Chu coming up next for 265 kgs, 584 pounds. Three whites for Joshua. 2 for 2 on deadlift so far. We'll see if he can go 3 for 3. We are back at the top, y'all. This is going to be the last set of lifts for today. Third attempts on deadlifts, flight E, session 2. Before we wrap it up for today. All right, Ricky Lee coming up next. 210 kilos on the bar, 462 pounds. Three rights for Ricky. Getting all 3 of his deadlifts, going 8 for 9 today. Great performance. Alec Lord coming up next. Alec's going to be going after 227.5 kilos. 501 pounds. He's trying. Unable to get it up. That's all right, though. He went 6 for 9 today. Great job, Alex. All right, coming up next, we got Alexander Iglesias going after the same weight, 501 pounds. Gets a nice back slap by one of the people backstage before heading out. Get a nice spike in his central nervous system energy. We'll see if he can go 9 for 9 here. And he gets it up smooth as butter. 3 whites for Alexander, going 9 for 9 on the day for his lifts. Excellent performance from Alexander today. All right, coming up next, we've got Lucas Hughes. Lucas coming out hyped up, stomping his feet on the platform, going after 230 kgs, 507 pounds. Get amped up. He's lifting it up. He even keeps it at the top. Make sure he doesn't pass out. Waiting on those lights. 3 whites for Lucas. Lucas having gone 7 for 9 today. Great performance. All right, coming up next, we got Mason Romo. 232.5 kilos, 512 pounds on the bar. It's just not there. Quite all right. Mason giving it his all out there today. All right, coming on up, Pratik up next. He missed 235 kilos last round. A little bit of hitching toward the top. We're going to see if we can get it on this this last lift of the day here. Yeah, this is 518 pounds. All right, let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Brady. He's able to get it. All right, going 6 for 9. Great job, Brady, today. Kyle Castro coming up next. He's looking to go 9 for 9 on his lifts today. 235 kilos, same weight, 518 pounds. All right, let's see. Does he go 9 for 9? Oh, he just barely missed it. However, still an excellent performance going 8 for 9 today for Kyle Castro. All right, coming up next, we got Vin Nguyen going for 245 kgs, 540 pounds. All right. Vin's getting locked in here. He's going up. He's going up. He's going up. Let's out a let's go shout at the end. 3 white lines for Vin, going 9 for 9 today. Excellent performance coming out of Reformance training. All right, Josiah Luna, also another lifter looking to go 9 for 9 today. 255 kgs on the bar, 562 pounds. Three whites for Josiah, going 9 for 9. An awesome performance today. Leaving it all out there on the platform. All right, Harvey T coming up next. Going for 257.5 kilos, 567 pounds. Harvey looking to go 7 for 9 today. It's almost there. Hey, good work either way, Harvey. Going 6 for 9 today. All right. Last lift of the day, folks. Looking to go 8 for 9. Joshua Chu, 617 pounds, 280 kilos. Come on, y'all. Here we go. Looking for energy from the crowd. A lot of times these lifters feed off the energy. All right, he's getting locked in. Here we go. He lifts it up. Holds on to it. Let's see the call. 3 whites for Joshua, ladies and gentlemen. 8 for 9 on his lifts today. An excellent performance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for flights D and E, our session 2 for today. That's going to conclude our lifting here at Uriah Faber's Ultimate Fitness here in Sacramento, California, the USAPL California State Championships. It's been a great meet today. Texas Strength Systems providing our spawners and lifters crew. Big thanks to them. They're the fastest crew in the West, and they truly are. Big thanks to our meet directors, Tish Horn and Deborah Council, running a great meet today. My name is Jeff Nelson, or Redbeard Strength on Instagram, if you'd like to check me out. I'm here with Ben, who's running the live feed. If there was any choppiness in the Wi-Fi, it wasn't Ben's fault. It was the Wi-Fi here in the facility. Appreciate y'all joining on live with us. We're going to wait a few minutes, and they're going to tabulate the results, and they'll be coming out with the awards in just a few moments. All right, y'all, stay tuned.
Good job, kid. Good job. Who's this? His uncle? Yeah. And all those boys in the back.
Yeah, you can scoot it back if you're not.
Congratulations. In fourth place, in fifth place, Harley. All right, stay there, gentlemen. And then also, because it's something I enjoy doing, all of our athletes get medals. So can I also have? Oh, so Lucas Hughes is took sixth place, and he has stepped out. He has to catch a flight. And then Ricky Lee is seventh place. Do you hear me, Ricky? Ricky? All right, let's. Good. All right, second place, Benjamin Lucango. Let's go. Seventh place, person, Alec Lord. Alec. All right, fourth place, Trafik he did not come up. Third place, Kyle Kessler. It's your fighting here? Yeah. Are you cramping? Okay, and then our sixth place winner, Alexander Iglesias. What up?
What was the place was nice? Second row, right?
All right, one more time. It's like photo. And then our last one, men's run team 3, 18 to 19. Miss anybody? Nope. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. If you post your photos, tag the gym, tag UFC on Facebook.
Tell them they fucking get photo.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this here. Okay. Okay. I'll make sure I take